lies of thoughts ensnare. Every joke a blade prepared cuts through lies with humor flair. Unseen wisdom few can bear.
Hey, folks, and welcome to day 6 and 7. Remember yesterday, I told you, oh boy, it gets worse. Remember when I told you guys that? Well, we're here in the It Got Worse. And yeah, hello, folks. Now, okay, reiterate, what is this case? This case is about Navy veteran Zachary Young. He was a military contractor. He did his service, he was medically discharged, he started business, and yada, yada, yada. And, well, then Afghanistan withdrawal happened. And Mr. Young took his training, expertise, contacts, and started getting Afghans out of Afghanistan. Or, to be precise, he contacted or was contacted by corporations who wanted people out. And he did that successfully. Reportedly, 22 women and children. And then CNN happened in a 5-minute segment with victims of black market human trafficking sort of thing. Then 3 minutes in, boom, Zachary Young, front and center. And the segment ended with more victims of black market human trafficking thing. And the inference in all this ruined Zachary Young. In 5 minutes or less, his life and career was over. Now, so he sued CNN, got through all the initials, anti-SLAPP, got through all the discovery, and we are now at trial. This is unusual, folks. This is about having major media corporations hold them accountable for when they screw up. And in my opinion, they screwed up. Now, does that reach the level of defamation? This is what this trial is about. And does he have basis for his $1 billion lawsuit? That is, so that is what this case is all about. And we've watched through day 1 through 5. Day 6. Now, I'm just going to show one witness from day 6. And I have a reason for it. But before that, it was more of what we already saw before that. CNN producers and whatnot trying to claim, oh, we have basis for everything. Oh, we believe black market only means unregulated and stuff like that. And so it was just more of the same, showing what CNN actually did. But then the witness I'm going to show you happened. And potentially this witness could or can derail this entire trial. So let's get right into this.
All right, Mr.
Oh, first, first. I already checked. We are now at sidebar counter. Before this, 38. 38 sidebars up until this moment. So it won't reach the YSL trial level of sidebars, but average per day, oh my God. Oh. So 30 sidebar counter, 38. So, okay, here we go. I put a sound booster on and closed captions.
Bring in the next witness.
Your Honor, without the plaintiff's rest.
All right. And Mr. Axelrod, are your first witness?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we start with the defense first witness. The Zachary Young has presented all he could do during his case in chief. All he could do. And now it is time for CNN to put up their first witness.
CNN calls Rick Humphreys.
Rick Humphreys.
And when you get back over there, if you could stand, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Please solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give on this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and just have a seat there and get the microphone positioned where it's close to your mouth so we can pick you up. And Mr. Bailey?
Mr. Humphreys, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Rick Humphreys, and I'm from Burke, Virginia.
Were you retained by my law firm in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Are you being compensated in connection with your testimony today?
I am.
At what rate?
$275 an hour?
Are your opinions connected in any way to that compensation?
No, sir.
About how much time have you spent preparing for this case?
Approximately 90 hours?
And have you served as an expert before this case?
No, sir.
Have you ever testified in court before?
No, sir.
And what were you retained to do in this case?
Well, as a human resources professional supporting the intelligence community, as a defense contractor, I was brought on to give my best opinion I'm sorry.
Yeah, so this guy is an HR guy. Focusing on defense contracts.
I'm a little sore on my horse. I apologize. I'm getting over COVID, so you have to bear with me.
No problem.
To basically give my opinion as to the possible positions that Mr. Young could fill and what we would expect as a human resources professional, the methodologies that he would use to obtain such employment.
Okay, so the jobs Mr. Young would be qualified for, so that's
Yes,
the
sir.
first one. And the second one was how he would go about securing one of those jobs?
Correct.
What documents did you review in preparation for your testimony?
I reviewed Mr. Young's deposition, General Young's report, all work-related documents that was provided through Mr. Young's work history.
Have you watched any of the trial?
Bits and pieces. I saw or General Young's
His testimony?
testimony, yes.
Mr. Humphreys, do you hold any degrees?
I do. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Human Resources Management.
And do you have any licenses or certifications?
I obtained a Professional Human Resources certification back in 2006.
Do you hold any security clearances?
I do. I currently hold a top secret security clearance.
And did you serve in the military?
I did. I served 5 years in the United States Marine Corps.
What did you do in the Marine Corps?
Well, I was a metrologist, which is, in layman's terms, calibrations, test measurement, and diagnostic equipment. So if I start speaking lots of acronyms, I apologize in advance. Just stop me and let me explain.
I will. Mr. Humphreys, so
For you who don't know, hi, I'm Nick. I do labor law. I've been doing it for over 30 years. A majority of the time when I go into negotiations, this witness are the type of people I negotiate against. I will try my best to remain neutral. No, sorry. Yeah.
at some point you moved into human resources. Can you walk us through how you got into human resources and your experience there?
Sure. So I was started my career off to be an electrical engineer, and I trained to be a project manager. And then I joined Slane Hosiery Mills in 2004 timeframe, 2003. and I was doing different projects, and they said, "Hey, we need somebody in human resources. We like your personality. You seem like a pretty smart guy." So I said, "Okay, I'll give it a shot." And I was off to the races. I was pretty much self-taught from the very beginning. Learned a lot of hard lessons, what not to do, and what to do. And I put myself through through school over the next 10 years. I changed degree paths.
At some point, did you move into government contracting?
I did in 2008 with Centauri Solutions.
What did you do for Centauri Solutions?
I was originally hired as their main recruiter, along with being an HR coordinator. As we grew the company, basically I took over the entire HR functional area, or the HR functional role. So I was the lead recruiter. Everything you can imagine that touches human resources, I was responsible for.
And after Centauri Solutions?
Centauri Solutions was acquired through Computer Science Corporation, which unfortunately they're no longer with us. They're acquired as well. And for the first year with Computer Science Corporation, I was in charge of the transition period, making sure the documents get sent over, anything that goes with M&A or acquisitions.
Wrong banner.
So about a year afterwards, they deployed me into what they call the NPS, North American Public Sector Human Resources Advisor. So I was responsible for about 1,000 plus expats that were serving in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, just all over the globe.
What do you mean by expat?
Expat is someone who their citizenship belongs to the United States. However, they're working abroad, usually under some sort of, in this case, SOFA, which is Status of Forces Agreement, which means that even though they're working in the host country, they still have to follow the laws of the U.S. country.
Okay. Mr. Young, is somebody that worked abroad, would he be an expat in that case?
Yes, he would be.
So after Computer Sciences Corporation, where did you start working?
At this, so Computer Science Corporation is a very, very big company, and you become another number in the big companies. So I decided to go back to a smaller company where I could have more of an impact on our employee staff. So I took, and it was a promotion, so I took a director position at SGI Global.
And what did you do at SGI Global?
I was the head person in charge of all of human resources. I had 2 or 3 people below me, depending on the size we had at the time. And I oversaw all the recruiting, hiring, terminations, payroll, strategic planning, just anything, again, touching human resources I was responsible for ultimately.
Where do you currently work?
In 2014, me and my former business partner from Centauri Solutions, or my former boss, we decided to do a good, better, best model, which we started a company, I'm a founding member, in 2014 called Invictus International Consulting, which I'm also the VP of HR.
Okay. So that's about 20 years of HR experience?
20 years of HR, 17 directly related to the intelligence community and government contracting.
What clients have you hired government contractors for?
Through my entire career, almost every 3-letter agency that you can think of. If you want, I can name a few of them off.
That'd be great.
Without the agency or the whole name.
If you could give us a few,
All right.
names.
Defense Intelligence Agency, the DEA, which is the Department of the Drug Enforcement Administration, USAID, the entire DoD community, Department of Army, Department of Navy, United States Marine Corps, Air Force, Department of State, USAID,
Okay, so
Coast Guard, that's still DHS, Border Patrol. It's almost every 3-letter agency you can think of. NRO, NGA, NSA,
and about how many people have you hired in your career?
1,000 plus contractors.
And are these all domestic positions, or are these expats as well?
No, at CSC, every company I've had, I've always had expats. But CSC was obviously the biggest. We have over 1,000 expats there. Centauri Solutions, I had 15 serving both in Afghanistan and Iraq during the wars as in intel capacity. In addition, in SGI, we had former DA agents also serving abroad in Afghanistan. Most of it's been in Afghanistan, obviously. And lastly, now we currently have expats in South Korea, the UK, and Germany.
And is Mr. Young the type of government contractor you would have experience hiring?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's get into your opinions. You stated earlier you're offering an opinion on the job that Mr. Young is qualified for. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, what are the types of jobs Mr. Young is qualified for?
So it was a little bit difficult at first because Mr. Young's been very cryptic and not very forthcoming with his background. So I had to use my experience and kind of dig in and develop my own thoughts and patterns. First of which, we'll start with business development and capture. They kind of go hand in hand. For the people that don't know exactly what that is, that's when a business development manager or director, they go in and they
In my opinion, when an HR person starts out with, oh, it's very cryptic and whatnot, he's not hiring. Folks, I have 30 years in labor law. His opening words there, I don't care what he says next or in the coming half hour, or whatever. He's not hiring. That's my opinion on this guy. Whatever comes next is fluff. In my opinion, you make your own. You guys make up your own minds. But that, yeah.
They meet with the client. They find out what the client needs. They help develop a plan to satisfy the client's needs. They may put together a team that also helps go after whatever work. It could be a sole source contract. It could be RFP and RFI, which is request for proposal, request for information. And they oversee that entire process. Now, the capture side is the person that goes out and collects the data, the who, what, when, why, and where. And they feed that back to the proposal manager or the business development person. They put together a packet and they submit it to the client. And he demonstrated that on multiple times. First and foremost, the KSA Kingdom Saudi Arabia work. I think he testified that he wrote half of that statement of work or a majority of the statement of work. He was a big part of that. So that's one of the reasons why I was able to put that together. In addition.
Yeah, for you who missed out on the first few days, before he went into extracting for corporations people from Afghanistan, he was highly involved in a contract with Saudi Arabia. We will hear more about that as we go along.
When he was working with Momentum, he was working constantly on white papers and trying the solution on something in the B8 rule, trying to go after that work. That's why he was given a BMP charge code, which is a bid and proposal charge code.
Okay. And what's the salary range on a business development or capture role?
180 to 250. It's lots. So this is multifaceted. There's so many. I would say 180 to 250, depending on the size of the company and your expertise in that, whatever you're trying to capture or go after. But usually that's just based, by the way,
180,000 to 250,000.
Yes, sir. Okay. And usually that's just base salary. On those can be, the more you win, usually companies have an incentive plan financially, the more you get in return. So if you land a $300 million contract, you're going to make usually a lot of money.
So, Mr. Young, you mentioned the Saudi Arabia contract.
Yes, sir.
Is there any difference if he was working, say, in Saudi Arabia versus the U.S.? Does that affect the salary?
Absolutely. So the U.S. is based off different localities and locations. Sometimes government contracts will base their rates or base their cost off those locations. But when you go overseas, the Department of State usually provides guidelines on what the Department of State employees will receive. They call differential pays. They're HOLA, COLA, housing allowance, cost of living allowance. Post-diff, danger pay, hazard pay, it's kind of the same. Post-diff is just a bad place to live. All those get added to your base salary as what's called uplift.
So you get paid more if you work in a dangerous area?
Oh, absolutely.
So in addition to business development and capture roles, are there other roles Mr. Young's qualified for?
Yeah, so, well, he was working as a mentor on the KSA program, okay? So a mentor is basically someone.
KSA, is that?
I'm sorry,
Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, my apologies.
No problem.
He was working as a mentor in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which means that he's going in and overseeing the training, according to his own testimony, overseeing the training. And then so the trainers don't say, hey, I don't want to do this anymore. You sit there and you give constructive feedback. And you basically, just like it sounds, mentor, protege. That was something he was doing. And I think he received an offer letter as a W-2 employee from DynCorp. It wasn't in the end, it was DynCorp, which highlighted mentor level 3, which is usually the highest level. He's a SME.
Okay. What's the SME?
Subject matter expert.
Okay. And so program manager, what's the salary range on one of those jobs?
Yeah, it depends. Are we talking domestic or OCONUS or outside the continental United States?
Let's talk the domestic base and then what it could go up to.
Domestic base, again, it's so multifaceted. I would say 150,000 to right now we currently have 300,000, depending on the size of the program and the size and what their scope is, who the client is, where they're located at. All those come into effect.
Okay, so if he secured a job as a program manager, you can make $150,000 to $300,000.
Yes.
Plus, if you worked in a hazardous country, it would go up.
Yes. And lots of times there's performance incentives associated with that. If you stay in country more than 6 months, or every 6 months, you'll get a bonus. That way they keep you in country because they don't want to bring expats back and forth to reduce costs.
The other job I heard you mention in there was a mentor. Could you explain what?
A reminder for you who just joined. Mr. Young's case in chief is done. This is CNN's first witness. High-level HR person describing. This is them trying to mitigate all the things because Zachary Young claims his career is over. He is a pariah. Nobody will touch him. They brought in this guy to explain what kind of works he could do. In this expert HR person's opinion.
What that is?
Oh, I said the mentor protege, didn't I?
Why don't you explain what the mentor role is?
Well, the mentor protege was basically what he did on the KSA program. He went over and oversaw the trainers, the specific trainers, which allowed him to give them constructive feedback on the people who were actually using the training. So again, like I said, it's directly a mentor to protege relationship.
And salary range on a mentor job?
Those are a little bit lower, typically speaking, because the program manager is ahead of usually the trainer or mentor. So I would say, well, again, based off 2012, we had mentor protege program at SGI over DA, through the DIA. That's kind of weird, but yes. And I believe those folks were making 150 to 160 base, but they had uplifts. Obviously, I think 70%, so it was 35 and 35 at the time. So 35% hazard duty pay and 35% post differential. And they were living on base.
Based in the U.S.?
No, base in Afghanistan. There were a couple.
So if you work in Afghanistan, you get paid more?
70% more. Well, at the time, 70% more. I don't know what it is today.
Now, Mr. Young testified that he has a security clearance today. Does that have an impact on what jobs he's qualified for?
Absolutely. Without security clearance in this.
Folks, remember this part. Let's go through it again.
At the time, 70% more. I don't know what it is today.
Now, Mr. Young testified that he has a security clearance today. Does that have an impact on what jobs he's qualified for?
Absolutely. Without a security.
This here will become very, very important soon.
Clearance in this field, I mean, you're dead.
The fact that he maintains a security clearance, does that impact his ability to get a job?
It helps tremendously.
Yeah.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Your down order, page 6.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak, Your Honor.
Based on the question, I'll overrule the objection.
So, Mr. Humphreys, these jobs you've just described, is your opinion Mr. Young remains qualified for them today?
Yes, sir.
And do you have experience hiring for all these types of jobs?
Yes, sir.
Based on your knowledge and experience and your knowledge of Mr. Young's background, is he the type of candidate you would hire today?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen the CNN publication at issue in this case?
I have.
Would that publication have any impact on your decision to hire Mr. Young?
All right. Sustained.
Your Honor, General Young was asked the same question.
And we are now at sidebar counter 39. Oh. What did I see over there? What did I see over there? Everybody first. This is Gigi. She's my first and best moderator. Everybody say hi to Gigi. She says, granddaughter was babbling to you when you were talking just now. I guess she's saying hi. Aw. Oh. Grandkids are the best because when you can have all the fun, and when they get fussy, you just hand them back to the parents. No, I know that Gigi is doing a lot more for her grandkids. Hi, Clash. Yeah, you finally caught me not blind.
Mr. Humphreys, let's get in. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
For the record, the objection sustained.
Mr. Humphreys, let's move to the next part of your opinion. So Mr. Young and General Young testified that the types of jobs Mr. Young has had in the past are not the types of jobs you find on, say, monster.com or indeed.com. Do you agree with that opinion?
Well, I agree that they're not on Monster and Indeed, but with all due respect to the Journal, that's not exactly accurate. They are posted online. They're posted on Intelligence Careers. They're posted on Clearance Jobs. They're posted on clearjobs.net, intelcareers.gov. People who are in the clear spaces have to find work. They're even posted on LinkedIn.
So these are jobs you could find online?
Yes, sir.
Are they required to be posted online?
They are. Every federal contractor has a requirement for W-2 employees to apply and track the applicant. It's called Executive Order 11246, which is an affirmative action plan. So every position that I hire for, I have to have proof that I looked at certain applicants and I track that information. So I can't just hire willy-nilly. That's not how government contracting works.
Okay, so they're required to post them online and they're available online?
They have to, so they have to be applied somewhere. Usually it's on their website. That's where they go back to the candidates go to apply. But if you're trying to hire positions or trying to hire people for those positions, you want to cast that net as far as possible. So for example, it's Clearance Jobs, which is one we use a majority of. You can't even post your resume on there without being verified and having a clearance.
And do companies like Amentum and DynCorp post their jobs online?
Yes.
So the job Mr. Young had at DynCorp or Amentum is the type of job that we posted online?
He was a W-2 employee, so I would say yes. I think that's the reason why they asked him for his resume, although it was fictitious according to him, because they had to line them up with their applicant tracking system and show that his years of experience, et cetera, he met the labor category to offset or to deserve that pay compensation.
Okay. Now let's turn to the final, I think, step in your opinion here is what Mr. Young should do to execute a successful job search. In your opinion, has Mr. Young taken the steps he should take to secure a job?
I don't feel that he has, based off the evidence of what I've looked at and reviewed. No, I don't believe so.
Why not?
Well, just look at this. We use LinkedIn as one of our big sources of information to gather candidates. If you were to look at his LinkedIn page, which was one of the articles I reviewed, you'll see just the beginning, the top is ZY. If I worked with Zach back in 2006 at Blackwater,
Would it be helpful if could we bring up his LinkedIn with that?
oh, that would be great. Yes, is it okay?
Mr. Ganezza, can you bring up DX53? 153. This is in evidence, Your Honor.
Perfect. So,
Before you start, Mr. Humphreys, do you know what document this is?
yes, sir.
Is this Mr. Young's LinkedIn page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No.
As far as I can, yes, before I remember seeing.
Okay. And then get back into the opinion you were offering.
Okay. So, you can see, and I saw the documents where his first name was changed, Zach Y, ZY. But for example, if I worked with Zach back in 2006 at Blackwater or whenever he served there, and I have work coming up, I'm like, hey, I want to get in touch with that guy. He was awesome. He was an awesome trainer. So first thing I'm going to go to is professional network, Zach Young. I'm not going to find him this way. If we can go down a little bit, I can also.
Yes, Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn says, did they just insinuate that Zach doesn't know how to look for a job? Yes, that is what they are claiming here, among other things.
His experience, it's gapped everywhere. I understand why, but at the same time, there are ways to put information on your LinkedIn profile, which keeps OPSEC or Operation Security. And
I guess just to back up, so what would you expect to see in an experience section on LinkedIn?
well, I mean, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was a big deal, and he was according to him, he was a big part of it. So I would expect to see that as his time with DynCorp. That wasn't a classified contract. I didn't hear that there was anything classified about it. So I don't understand why it would not be on here. It wasn't.
Oh, what a pompous.
monitored by any agency whatsoever, as far as I can tell.
Listen
I don't
to
even think
him.
you need the clearance for that. So
You will
I don't know
understand
that
why I'm
in
focusing
addition,
on this guy.
there's gaps. The keywords when we search for people on LinkedIn, we're using what's called a Boolean search, which is basically finding specific words that match the job that we're trying, job rec or job requirements that we're trying to fill. So I would expect to see security, training, mentorship, business development. This is more complete than the resume I saw from, or less complete than the resume I've seen from DynCorp.
So in terms of changes you should make, are you suggesting more experience would help here?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's gaps. I mean,
So now rimming out on, oh, your LinkedIn page looks bad. Seriously?
No one would be able to find him using this methodology, which is a huge portion of ours. I also, if he's saying that he hasn't went to any places to apply, that's sort of the next step of this, which I haven't seen any evidence that he's done that as well.
Mr. Domestic, can you scroll down a little bit further? Now, the skills section here, I think there's some of the terms you mentioned, but would you expect these terms or different terms?
No, those are boilerplate terms that you can endorse somebody for. That's not everybody would have. They look in the meat and potatoes portion, the history, the job history. That's where it pings. Otherwise, this would pull up on everybody, and you'd never find anybody.
And would you expect to see a Mentum and DynCorp on his LinkedIn page?
I would.
Is LinkedIn an important tool for a job search?
I would say at least a third of our candidates come from LinkedIn. So yes, and they're all cleared professionals.
Mr. Young testified that much of his experience is classified. Can somebody with a classified background have a public LinkedIn page?
Yes.
And Mr. Humphries, did you prepare a demonstrative in this case?
I did.
Mr. Domestic, you broadcast that just to Mr. Humphries for limited production. Is this the demonstrative you prepared?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would request that we broadcast this to the jury as a demonstrative.
No objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead and put up.
Mr. Humphries, could you describe what we're looking at here?
Sure. So this is an example of somebody who posts their background on LinkedIn. And here's what I did. If you can go down to the bottom on the other part that's highlighted.
Is he
Further
redoing
down. At the very bottom where it says
Young's
training.
LinkedIn page as he would have done it?
Perfect, right there. So this school right here, if somebody lists this school on their LinkedIn profile, tells me a lot about their background. Just that one, I know what that is, and I believe based on Zach's testimony, he knows what that is. So I would expect to see some. If you want to tell people that you do certain things, you're going to see examples like this. And I highlighted the other thing because that's an intel officer. It's a little bit different than what Zach is claiming, but it's an intel officer collecting data as a DIA defense attaché.
So if somebody had worked for the CIA or a similar agency, they would have this sort of certification or licensed certification?
They could. It depends on what they put. But my understanding is that if you're currently active in the agency, we'll call it the agency, that you can't claim that you're part of the agency. At the same time, once you get out, as long as you maintain OPSEC or operational security, you can put certain things on your resume. You can LinkedIn right now and find, literally you can put Central Intelligence Agency, case officer, and you will find individuals who are no longer with the agency have that on their profile.
So if Mr. Young worked for an agency like the CIA and he was retired from there, he could put that on his LinkedIn?
Yes. I mean, yes.
You can take that down.
What he's talking about here, in my personal opinion, is people who used to be in the intelligence sector looking for jobs that are no longer in covert operations. So, which is completely different from Mr. Young's career. Now, CNN's implication here is, well, his life isn't ruined. He can always work for work. He can have a job and stuff like that. And I understand where they're going. But this, again, hold on, because this guy's testimony is for CNN. And once we get into the morning of day 7, you will understand why I said, oh, it just got worse.
Now, Mr. Humphries, what if you find out about somebody by word of mouth? Is their LinkedIn page still important?
So I would still go and check for CV-wise, seeing what their skill sets are. So if I had an employee come to me and say, hey, you got to hire John Smith, Also with John Smith's background, and he'll tell me John Smith's background, but I have to go verify it. That's the first step. I mean, there's a whole onboarding process that government contractors are required to do, and it's step by step, and it's kind of standard business practice. But I would still go to LinkedIn and verify, at least initially, their years of experience, if they meet what we call labor category requirements. That's the right skill sets, having the right tools, years of experience, bachelor's degree, to find out what level you may or may not be.
All right, just a few more questions, Mr. Humphreys. So it's your opinion that Mr. Young remains qualified for a number of these jobs you mentioned today?
I do.
And the salary range on those jobs is anywhere from, I think you said $100,000 to $300,000?
150 to 300. But again, that's I know it's such a big range, but it depends on who, what, when, and where.
And has Mr. Young taken these steps to secure those jobs?
Not that I can tell.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross?
So, short, concise, he was just there to tell the jury, Mr. Young can get a job. Okay, let's see cross-examination here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Humphreys.
Definitely, sir.
So I think you just testified that former employees of the CIA are able to disclose that publicly on their LinkedIn profile, for example.
To my best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Is that a blanket statement for everybody who's worked at the CIA, no matter what their role was?
So that's the one agency I don't have a plethora of knowledge in, but from what I understand, yes.
So even if somebody's like a deep undercover, non-official cover operative, that they can still put that on their LinkedIn profile?
They wouldn't put that. They wouldn't put exactly, a knock or I was on non-official cover. Absolutely not. But again, they could still put certain items on their LinkedIn profile that would allow them to be searchable. Like, so
Why the flaming fuck would, why would they do that? Folks, if you are active or have been covert, the enemy is actively looking for you. Okay? Can we agree on that? Always, everybody, all the spy organizations are always looking for other spies. They know exactly what to look for. Well, not exactly, but they know that we all know they are looking for active and former active covert operation personnel. So those keywords that he says, oh, this would be really, really helpful. Yeah. Mr. Humphreys, for who? It would be really helpful if, say, Chinese people would, hey, we need to get into this we need to know more. Send a gorgeous woman to this man. And he's an HR intelligence defense contracting expert kind of thing. Okay.
for example, again, unless he's currently working for the CIA, which I don't believe he is, but if he was, he could put Momentum and DynCorp on his LinkedIn.
Sir, do you know for a fact that somebody who was a non-official cover operative for the CIA is able to disclose that information on their LinkedIn?
I do not.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about some of the limits of what you're here to testify about and what you're not, okay?
Yes, sir.
So I think you mentioned that one of the things Zach would be qualified for is some kind of program manager work. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you're not here to offer an opinion about whether Zach would be able to do that work from Austria, are you?
Well, I don't think he proved he was he didn't demonstrate that he was doing that work from Austria.
Sir, you're not here to offer an opinion on whether he could do that type of work from Austria, are you?
I don't believe so.
And you're not here to offer any opinion about evacuation work specifically, right?
No, sir.
You are offering an opinion that you think Zach should be using public job boards?
The ones that are specified to the cleared industry.
And you think you should have a more robust LinkedIn profile, right?
I do. If he's seeking employment.
But you're not offering an opinion about the effect of the CNN story on Zach's ability to get hired, correct?
I'm not.
Okay. You're not offering an opinion on whether he could still be hired despite the CNN stories, correct?
I'm not.
So despite all the things you think Zach should be doing to look for work, you're not offering an opinion that any of them would be successful, are you?
What was the question?
So despite all the things,
Read back the question.
So despite all the things you're offering that that could do for work, you're not offering an opinion that any of them could be successful, are you?
Objection.
I think it relates to what he was saying, the jobs he could do. Yeah, I'll overrule the objection.
Can you ask the question one more time, please?
Yeah.
so you testified about the things you think Zach should be doing, but you're not offering an opinion that any of them would actually work at getting him a job, right?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Hey, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have any questions for Mr. Humphreys, jot them down. And either tear a page out, fold it over, whether you got questions or not, pass it down.
Okay, let's go into jury questions. Now, this expert
One, two.
more or less told the jury
Hold your seats.
that
I'll see if I have
Zachary Young is he's employable.
that one. Mr. Humphreys, we don't have any questions from the jurors for you, so you're free to step down
I sir, thank you.
and put your notepads in your phone. You're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember, they have a violation. Do y'all have?
Mm.
All right.
Your Honor, if you're talking about arguing the motion, we're good to go.
All right. Y'all good?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Tagging in.
Somebody's, that works. Your Honor, Chuck Tobin for the defendant. Your Honor, Seaman at this time moves for directed verdict on the basis of failure to adduce competent evidence of liability, economic damages.
Yeah, we don't need to listen to this. Directed verdict or something that they always ask for, but are incredibly rare to happen. A directed verdict is when the defense says, a opposing side didn't produce anything that could make a reasonable juror to draw a conclusion of guilt. Most attorneys go through their entire career and it never happens that they get a directed verdict for them. On this channel, we have one case where a directed verdict was successful. One out of how many cases have I covered now? Over 20 and one. And usually it's more rare than 1 in 20. And that case was, let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. I just need to find it. It was what I call the best friend's murder. No, it wasn't. Sorry. The Missing Sister, Arizona versus Michael Turney, which I covered last year. No, in 2023. That is the one case that had a directed verdict. Now, this was denied, the directed verdict. So we don't need that. And okay, folks. Let's go to day 7. And oh boy, remember their last witness who said that Mr. Young was, he's completely employable and whatnot. So,
Point in time, but I think y'all got emailed this morning. Instructions and a verdict form, and I know there was a number of things that the defense had requested in your set that I did not include, and we needed to talk about those a little bit more. But then I also got the email from plaintiff's counsel this morning with a motion, which I guess we probably need to address sooner rather than later.
Yes, Your Honor, to the extent the court's inclined to grant the relief, we would need to try to make travel plans very, very quickly. The prospective witness is
I need to
located in
boost
Arizona,
this.
and there aren't many flights from there to here.
And what would be, have you had communications with Mr. Conway?
After receipt of his letter yesterday, I called Mr. Connolly up, and he told me that he was extremely busy, but that when I explained the importance of his testimony to correct the record, that he would do his absolute best to clear the decks and be here for Thursday. But I told him not to make any travel plans yet because the court had not granted our relief, and if that, if the relief was denied, there was no point in him flying all the way out here. So that's the most I know about his availability to attend.
All right. And in the third paragraph of request, you got any other relief? Did you have anything specifically in mind?
This is what I mean when it got worse for CNN.
Your Honor, the only other thing that,
Oh, if you haven't seen this,
if Mr.
oh,
Connolly's
you're
able
going
to
to be
make it
so
here,
pissed
then,
off.
I think that will suffice. If he's not able to make it here, we've been highly prejudiced. We also have now found out, which we did not know until we received a copy of the production, that Mr. Young's security clearance has been dropped as of 2022.
Mr. Young's security clearance was dropped in 2022. And they found out late the day before day 7. So CNN put up their witness testifying about, oh, Mr. Young could definitely get a job within this area.
We have no ability to get that in beyond calling Mr. Young in his rebuttal case, which we will try to do. But so we would ask permission to submit the documents received from Mr. Conway into evidence, the ones where he says that the security relationship was dissolved as of 2022, if he cannot make it here. This was an email from Mr. Conway to Mr. Bailey, counsel to CNN, sorry, Mr. McManus to Mr. Bailey for CNN from his Helios Global account. This correspondence was not submitted with the surprise contract, so to speak.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, CNN produced what they claimed was, hey, we have a piece of paper here that says Mr. Young still has clearance. He still has this contract with this firm. And this was during Mr. Young's testimony, where they called him a liar. In open court in front of the jury.
State clearly in them that as of 2022, here it says, we retained Mr. Young's clearance through approximately November 2022. In the event these requirements reemerged, but they did not. Ultimately, we administratively dropped Mr. Young from our security clearance roles, thus ending any relationship / affiliation.
In 2022, they dropped him. So he got his final security clearance was right around the time of the CNN hit piece. And that was for a year going forward, and it was never renewed.
And
CNN knew it, and they still produced that paper as if it was continuously valid to this day.
Ask to be able to obtain a declaration of some kind or business record of some kind. I don't know, Your Honor. I mean, we've been put in a very, very untenable situation given the late disclosure and the partial disclosures.
Mr. Axelrod.
Your Honor, I got to say I'm at a loss. We didn't have this document from Helios because plaintiff never produced it in discovery.
Oh, yeah, but you still had it, Mr. Axelrod, including the information that his security clearance was dropped. So whatever you claim wasn't produced from the defense. Oh, okay, I'll stop talking now. Just listen.
And we know he had it because I asked him on the stand, this was a DocuSign, and he said, no, it's a wet signature, which means he had it in December of 2021. Now, the idea that they've been prejudiced because we went out and got the document, it is kind of far-fetched. But then let's talk about clarifying the record, which seems like Mr. Friedman wants to do. Look at the questions that I asked him. I never misled this jury. I never misled the court.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Mr. Young's testimony.
Where's that?
What's that?
Where's this testimony?
I'll give you the site, Your Honor.
Where are you looking at? Where is that testimony from?
Oh, trial testimony, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't have it.
Okay. It's, Mr. Demesco can pull it up.
Yeah.
It's 1308. I'm sorry.
That's a good question, Heather. Now, how can this be fit for the jury without the judge telling them CNN lied?
I'm looking at line 6.
It will be revealed. The date they received this was,
All right. Then we have the long.
I believe, January 2nd or January 3rd. And hello, Kiwi Green. Good to see you.
Okay. And if you look at it's 1340 going to 1341. The question was, Mr. Young, I think the last question, I'm looking at page 1340. I think the last question I asked you was, sir, isn't it true that in December of 2021, you signed a consulting agreement with a government contractor called Helios Global? And your answer was yes, correct? Yes. And that is your signed consulting agreement with Helios Global, correct? Correct. I didn't testify. Mr. Young testified that he signed a consulting agreement. And if you look at the document, which is EX589, at the very top of it, it says consulting security agreement. There's nothing going on here. This document should have been produced in discovery because it was relevant to this case. Mr. Young admitted that he had possession of it in December of 2021. I cross-examined him fairly about what it was, and he didn't deny what it was. He said it was exactly what it purports to be. Mr. Friedman then came back on redirect and asked Mr. Young about this at page 1391. Yeah, sorry about this, Your Honor. 1391. Yeah, and if you look at the bottom, Mr. Young goes on into a long narrative explanation about what it is. People like me who have various backgrounds that are not in the government anymore, they need to be able to tap into on short notice. And the way they do that is basically they hold your clearance for you. In my case, it's through this company, Helios Global. The CEO is Ian Conway. That's what he explains everything. There's no clarification needed. If Mr. Young wanted to call Ian Conway, he should, 2 years ago, he should have noticed him as a witness, and he could have called him as a witness in this case.
All right, and if you wanted to get the record from Helios Global, you should have sent a subpoena with a notice of production sent 10 days before you served the subpoena during the discovery phase of this case. I mean, I remember we argued motions to quash yesterday. Well, you didn't really argue because I just granted them. Because my whole problem was they were doing discovery via use of a trial subpoena.
And we were not, Your Honor. We subpoenaed Mr. McManus, not Ian Conway, because we had found out in preparation for trial that to have a company hold your security clearance, you have to have a commercial relationship with it. And we suspected that Mr. Young would deny that on the stand. So we subpoenaed Mr. McManus as an impeachment witness as necessary. We did not.
You never listed anybody on a witness list from Helios, affiliated with Helios, right?
We did not. It was purely impeachment. And the problem is you can't list somebody as an impeachment witness because then you tell the other side exactly what you're going to do. And so we thought it was kosher. If it was not, I apologize. I was consulting with local counsel in this entire process. And I want to go back to this idea, this screaming thing that we did something verboten by not disclosing the trial subpoena. First of all, as we talked about yesterday, plaintiffs served numerous trial subpoenas on numerous people who were not on their witness list, my law firm included. They subpoenaed Monica Jordan, who is affiliated with the defense
No,
team.
I quashed the subpoenas.
I understand. Mr. Freeman, who is crying foul about us not disclosing it, let me say this. On January 6th, and it's shocking to me that he didn't put this in his motion. On January 6th, he sent a subpoena, a ducis tecum subpoena for Ralph Otto and Civil Fleet. In that, we can pass it on. In that subpoena that Mr. Freeman sent by email to Germany, which I don't know how he would do that, represented that he had served the subpoena on all parties of record. We never received notice of that subpoena. So the idea that there is some rule that we
What Mr. Axelrod for CNN is doing now is, Judge, we screwed up, but look over. Oh, look, it's an elk. It's an elk. Look over here. Look over here. Don't look at us and our what we screwed up with. Elk. Brr, elk.
violated is just not so. And the idea that we're operating out of bounds and he's operating by the rule of the law is also not so. But at the end of the day, we are in this position. We cannot lose sight of this because plaintiff had a relationship, and it's very true. It's very clear from everything plaintiff filed that he had a relationship with Helios. He did disclose the contract. And if you look at his deposition testimony, it is in quite contrast with what Mr. Ian Conway says in the motion. He talks about the 2017 relationship, and that's why they started holding this contract. Mr. Young dissembled in his deposition testimony and said Helios is just a company that holds security clearances. It wasn't true. And you can see that from Mr. Conway's letter to the court, or letter to Mr. Freeman. So what I would just say is this, Your Honor. Had plaintiff actually disclosed documents in his possession related to this case, we would not be in this situation. We are here because they did a violation of the discovery.
You keep saying that, but what's the proof that he had it in his possession? I mean, if he says that he signed it and it was a wet ink one, he would have had to send it back to him.
Well, but Your Honor, that's
It looked like an electronic signature.
I agree.
I don't know that we've established whether it was electronic, original, or whatever, but you keep saying he keeps lying and he didn't produce stuff to me. You said that to me when you were representing, he had an employment contract that decimates his claims. He lied to us repeatedly in his deposition. And now you're trying to minimize it by saying, I never represented it was an employment contract. It was just a consulting agreement where they agreed to hold his security license.
I don't think, Your Honor,
Oh, judge is getting a bit wind up because this judge listens to every word said by this judge is a bit scary because he not only remembers roughly what was said, this judge has this uncanny ability to days later verbatim quote what was said. That's scary.
I don't think.
Which are you arguing? I mean, are you arguing he had an employment relationship where he was getting paid by Helios Global? Or are you arguing, no, I was just worried that he was going to say he didn't have a relationship and we just knew it was just to hold his security license or his clearance.
I am
But
arguing.
he didn't have employment.
I'm arguing that Mr. Young testified on the stand in this case that after the CNN publications, he was an international pariah. I'm arguing that that is not true based on this agreement. I never said it was an employment agreement. I said it was a consulting agreement. You can look at my question. I said that after the CNN publication, they entered into this consulting agreement. I never said he was paid. It is very true. If you are an international pariah, why would they hold your security? Why would they be affiliated with you? This is certainly an affiliation. And that was the point I was making. I never said anything about compensation. I didn't have anything to support it. I said, didn't you sign a consulting agreement? It says consulting agreement at the very top, Your Honor.
Well, I'm assuming, do you have any issues with the representations made in the plaintiff's motion as to what was the record of your argument that begins at the bottom of page 2 and goes on page 3?
I need to look at it.
Because in here you said his entire lawsuit is a fraud in this court. He completely lied in his deposition over and over again. This agreement decimates his claims. We heard him sit on the stand and testify, I got no work. We knew it was all a lie.
I do not take issue with it.
So if somebody's holding a security clearance, but he's doing no work for him, how is any of that a lie and a fraud on the court?
If you look at paragraph 102 of the amended complaint, he said, I'm an international pariah and no one will touch me. That is what I cited to Your Honor at sidebar. The Helios contract, What I said is not true.
Okay,
What I said is
well,
true.
what's in the complaint isn't his testimony on the stand, where you say that he lied over and over again in deposition. We heard him on the stand. He got no work when we knew it was all a lie. So these are him testifying. You called him a liar multiple times there.
Right.
Fortunately, from litigation privilege, you can't sue you for that. But if he's saying he got no work and they're just holding a security agreement that apparently Mr. Bailey knew about in the emails that were sent from Mr. McManus, where he said when he never did any work for us, we were just holding a security, and then the emails that are attached to the motion. How is any of it that I didn't do any work a lie over and over and over again?
It wasn't that I didn't do any work. It was that no one would touch me. And in fact, that's been this whole argument. Even General Young was talking about reputational risk. What the Helios contract does is it rebuts this idea that I'm untouchable. And that's what he was saying. He wasn't just talking about work. He was saying no one will touch me. No one will contact me because I'm a reputational risk. It wasn't just money. It was the idea of an international pariah. And the Helios contract establishes that's not true. You have a government contractor who is willing to enter into an affiliation with him after the CNN publication.
Oh, CNN. Oh, you lawyer. Oh.
You have the entirety of, what was the first page that you pulled up?
Of the cross-examination?
That was where we were right before the sidebar.
Right before the sidebar. It's on page 1309 going into 1308 going into 1309. And you can see, Your Honor, I say the entire theory of this case was that no one would work with him.
Yeah, wherever the sidebar goes to, I don't remember.
I do, Your Honor.
You have that printed out?
I do. I mean, these are my notes on it, but it goes to page, the sidebar goes to page. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I can't tell where the sidebar ends and we go back to open court. 1 second. It goes to page 1314.
Can you flip those pages or email them to me? Or email them to Brittany?
Your Honor, I have a copy here I can send you, and I think it's important to read the entire sidebar and open court discussion, and then the cross-examination of Mr. Young that occurred after the line Mr. Axelrod displayed on the screen.
Yeah, because I know there were some more questions after the first one that you asked when you asked if he signed the consulting agreement. He said yes.
So on 1341, Your Honor, and Mr. Axelrod goes on to very clearly imply that Mr. Young is lying about doing work for a contractor. He doesn't say it exactly, that's true, but it is very clear from the line of questioning that that's the implication.
We can look at it. Just remember, if you put 1341.
No, I want to see it. Email it to me from 1309 through 1350. And while somebody's pulling that up. So in terms of the relief that they're asking for, being able to call Mr. Conway, what's the defense position?
We oppose it. Mr. Conway was a known witness to plaintiff since the inception of this case. He knew he had an affiliation with Helios. He knew he executed this consulting agreement in December of 2021. If they would have put Mr. Conway on their witness list, we would have deposed him. And I know Your Honor doesn't want me to say it, but if you look at his deposition testimony, that deposition answer about the relationship with Helios was very unclear. And if it had been more clear, maybe something else would have been done. But it hadn't been. But there's nothing that needed to be clarified. There's no reason to bring this unknown witness in who was not part of discovery. Mr. Young's testimony is very clear. I didn't at any time say, you got paid under this agreement, didn't you? No, I did not say that. And Mr. Young, actually, if you look at it, Your Honor, goes on a very long narrative answer about how he has produced 7 years of tax returns, all of his bank accounts. You can see that I was never paid under this. And that's what I think Mr. DeMezzo will be sending you.
I sent it to Brittany, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, of course, if you want us to show you copies of the
He's
subpoena-
arguing semantics
the
here.
subpoena that Mr.
This
Friedman
is not a
served on
bright
our
idea
civil board fleet,
by
did
Mr.
not share with us. I
Axelrod.
can share that with you too.
Your Honor, if I may respond to that, my cover email to Mr. Otto states, "It is our understanding that you may be arriving in Florida to testify. When you land, we intend to serve you with a trial subpoena, requiring your attendance, and that requires you to bring certain documents with you when you testify. To that end, we are attaching a courtesy copy of our intended subpoena in advance, so that you can have more time to gather the documents, and then when served, it will make compliance easier for you. We then ask him to tell us when he's arriving to make it more convenient for him and the process server, or ask if he will accept it over email. This was not service of the subpoena. This was service of a courtesy copy, so that when he landed, we would hand it to him, and then we would bring it to your attention to say, and to them, and to say, hey, we have now tagged Mr. Ralph Otto in Florida with tag jurisdiction. He now has a valid trial subpoena to produce documents to us. We were never able to tag Mr. Otto, and so we never ended up serving the subpoena. I was very clear it was a courtesy copy, so I take issue with Mr. Axelrod's half disclosure to the court about what I did.
Oh, Mr. Axelrod, did you lie to the court again? Folks, when I said it got worse, it gets worse.
Also, Your Honor, I must take a moment to
And
correct.
before you do that, is that what the cover letter said?
I don't have the cover letter in front of me, but there's a certificate of service that says, I hereby certify that the foregoing documents was furnished to all counsel of record by electronic mail on this 6th day of January 2025, the same day that it was sent to Mr. Ralph Otto. And it was never served on us.
Your Honor, may I approach? Here's the cover letter. My paralegal prepared a courtesy copy. It says, on my honor and as an officer of the court, it was a courtesy copy. We said it straight out. It is true there's a certification in there, but that's just because I asked my paralegal to prepare a subpoena so we could send it to her, and she simply filled it out. Your Honor, also, if I may just, I feel compelled to simply correct the record because my client has been labeled a liar over and over again. The document, Mr. Young said it was a wet signature, and as you'll see on the document, it is not signed by Helios Global, which means, as Your Honor pointed out, he executed it and then sent it, he mailed it back to Helios Global for execution. So he did not have it to produce in discovery. My client has never lied in this litigation, and in fact, when asked about whether he signed an agreement with Helios Global, admitted it on the stand. Mr. Axelrod was not prepared for that admission, went to impeach him after there was nothing to impeach. And if the court looks at the transcript, you'll hear my objection. He says, I'm going to impeach him. And I said, what are you going to impeach him for? There's nothing to impeach. So he has told the truth over and over and over again. The only thing he hasn't told the truth about is that he didn't know that as of 2022, Helios dropped his security clearance. He had no idea. CNN knew and failed to produce those documents to us when they obtained the documents from Helios Global. And Your Honor, then when the court inquired about how CNN obtained these documents, CNN lied again by saying it was just luck. That was just sheer luck that we got it. It was not sheer luck, Your Honor. It was the secret subpoena that was sent out. And, excuse me, when the court looks through the questioning that you've just seen, you will see that Mr. Axelrod left the jury with the impression that Mr. Young was doing contracting work with Helios Global, something he knew was not true, and which echoes the statements he made to you about Mr. Young committing a fraud on the court, which of course is not true as well. So, you know, and in terms of not listing Helios Global as a witness, of course we didn't, because we didn't have this document, Your Honor. And so this document was obtained outside the bounds of discovery. It was hidden from us. It was thrown at us as a surprise. We are now prejudiced, and the relief we're looking for, quite frankly, Your Honor, is conservative in my view.
They were not prejudiced, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, they put an expert on the stand yesterday that said he still has a security clearance. He's great for he can do all the work he wants. They knew it's not true. They had their expert get on the stand and say, he's got a security clearance, no problem. He can get work. They knew it was not true. We did not.
Yeah, that is why I chose that witness to show you the HR person who was given all the papers and was left with the impression that Mr. Young still had security clearance. And because of that, their expert testified to the jury that Mr. Young can get work. He's hireable. But CNN never told this expert or showed him, hey, his security clearance is no longer. This is CNN lying to the court. And then they lied by omission to their expert in order to get a testimony in front of the jury that Mr. Young can get more or less any job he wants at any point in time. He's just lazy. That was more or less what this HR person testified to. And it was all a lie. Yeah. When I told you it got worse, it got worse.
They did. That is false. Mr. Young testified he still has a security clearance. We had no idea that that's not true.
Your Honor, if I may, they knew it's not true because Helios Global told them it's not true. On January 2nd, 2025, in their letter, they said, we retained Mr. Young's clearance through approximately November 2022 in the event these requirements reemerge, but they did not. Ultimately, we administratively dropped Mr. Young from our security clearance roles, thus ending any relationship/affiliation. So CNN knew that there was no security clearance in place, something we didn't know because we didn't have this communication.
Well, they knew you didn't have it through Helios Global.
Correct.
Well, that's true, Your Honor, but that is, I mean, Mr. Young testified he has it through no one else, and what his testimony on the stand was that Ian Conway did him a solid by keeping his security clearance, and I hope, he said, I hope I still have it, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember. So clearly, Mr. Young's testimony was the security clearance is through Helios Global. And that was the only evidence that there was a security clearance. CNN knew that that relationship ended, knew Mr. Young did not know that that relationship ended, had proof of it, and failed to disclose it to the other side, and then put an expert on the stand to say he still has it. Your Honor, I'm not sitting here asking for sanctions. I'm just saying we have been massively prejudiced, and we should be able to clear the record. The jury should not be misled.
Your Honor, you can't be prejudiced by introduction of a document that you knew existed. And you already found in the spoliation order that as of December of 2021, Mr. Young knew he was going to be bringing this lawsuit, was contemplating it. You can't get around your discovery obligations by signing a document, then sending it off and saying, I no longer have it.
And here it goes again. Oh, look, a parrot, a moose, an elk. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, but sure, the judge can sanction Mr. Young's attorneys, but you knowingly put an expert on the stand, knowing that Mr. Young had no longer had security clearance. During your cross-examination of Mr. Young, you held that security clearance consulting whatevers in front of him and called him a liar. And you knew before that the security clearance was no more.
Can't produce it. That's what happened here. I mean, he got the
I
contract.
signed a document.
Hey, MG Law is in the chat. Hey, MG Law. He says, and the CNN attorneys should bear at least a portion of the judgment's cost for their actions. Yeah, the sliminess of CNN. Yeah. This is on par with the sliminess with the attorney. Now, the case is much worse in the Take Care of Maya trial, but it also is a civil trial, just as this. And CNN's attorneys here are on par with John Hopkins' attorneys. That kind of sliminess, in my opinion.
Company's possession, custody, or control. What is my discovery obligation to go to their records, dig through their files, and find a copy of a document I signed several years ago?
But that's not what I was suggesting, Your Honor.
It was. It was. You said he can't shirk his discovery responsibilities by signing a document, sending it off, and then say, I don't have it.
He had it, is what I'm saying.
And I get the court reporter to read back exactly what you said, but I think I verbatim said exactly what you said.
Your Honor, the point
I'm tired of these blatant misrepresentations that are being made, and they're being made by both of y'all. And maybe they're not 100% lies, maybe they're leaving out a little bit of the truth and making representations that you carefully say, well, I didn't exactly say that. But you said he's lied to it because he doesn't have any work, but you had no proof that he had work because you're arguing that he signed a security agreement so they could hold his security clearance. But I didn't lie and say he had work. All right, we're taking a break. I'm going to go read this real quick. Let me ask you one last question, Mr. Abstract. You said, we were going to call Helios Global or whoever it was from there as a potential rebuttal witness. That's why we served a subpoena. We didn't need to list a rebuttal witness on our exhibit list. But you also had production of documents from non-parties. I remember reading 2 motions to quash that verbatim said Rule 1.351 expressly provides the rule that is the exclusive procedure, in quotes, the open quote, exclusive procedure, close quote, for obtaining documents from non-parties without a deposition. your subpoena for trial to whomever at Helios had a production request. The motion also says that Rule 1. Or the motions that I remember reading said that 1.351 requires the notice to the other side. How were you not conducting discovery pursuant to 1.351 in sending a subpoena ducis tecum to Helios Global without giving notice to the other side?
Judge, I'm going to take ownership of that when I called Mr. Freeman this morning after reading the motion. I was asked to prepare a trial subpoena, and the subpoena came across my desk. Apparently, asked me if we needed to send notice of this to the other side. I told her, no, it's a witness subpoena, 38 years. I've never served copies of witness subpoenas to the other side and don't recall getting copies of witness subpoenas. I was looking at it as a witness subpoena, not a document production request. There was a ducis tecum component to it. I don't recall seeing it, but it was there, and I think I'm responsible for that. So if the rule requires notice of a witness subpoena that has a document production request to it, that's on me, and I take responsibility for that. And I told Mr. Freeman that.
Right, well, and Mr. Axelrod made the representation that fortuitously we ended up just falling into our lap at the last minute. But it wasn't fortuitous because it was pursuant to that witness subpoena.
That is true. Mr. McManus did send it, but we did want him to come testify. That is correct.
All right, I'm going to go look at this. I'll be back.
Judge isn't happy. Paul Popcorn said, is this attorney standing up that fall guy? Yeah, I would assume so. Because the moment CNN's attorneys discovered, oh crap, they know. Now, Mr. Axelrod is the lead attorney for CNN here. And the slime of slime, not slime as in YSL, but the bad kind, the attorney slime kind of slime. So Mr. Axelrod is, in my opinion, why the rest of us gets a bad rap no matter where we go. Why people don't like attorneys is because of attorneys like Mr. Axelrod. And it's infuriating. The vast majority of all attorneys are truthful in court. We file what we can. We protect our clients the best we can. We zealously defend our clients within the four corners of the law. And then you have people like Mr. Axelrod who simply don't care. He's paid the big bucks, and he will still be paid the big bucks by CNN. And if he chooses to go to another multi-billion corporation, it is because they know he will try to get away with lying to courts and not revealing the proper documents. This particular bit we have been watching now is not in front of the jury, sadly. But let's move on until the good judge gets back.
All right, I went back through and I was reading the trial transcript that preceded the sidebar and then adjourning the jury and the discussions that we had with the Helios document that was handed, 589? I think Defense 589 was the document that was handed to Mr. Young during the cross-examination. I think I made comments throughout the course of this case about how counsel was conducting themselves how everything was a surprise, a last minute thing, how counsel was referring to each other in the course of their arguments, had to impose a $100 fine. I find it rich that we've got discovery being done at the same time a motion to quash is being filed, arguing that the plaintiffs are violating the rules by sending out trial subpoenas when the defense is doing the exact same thing. We have representations being made to the court that we were just fortuitous to get this. It wasn't fortuitous. It was you were doing the same thing that the plaintiffs were doing and sending a trial subpoena for documents without notice to the other side in violation of Rule 1.351 that y'all cited in a couple motions. And just saying that this showed up in our lap. Represented me this morning. We didn't accuse him of anything, of having anything beyond a security agreement. But that was clearly the implication that was being made when we were arguing about the document, because you wanted to impeach him with it, despite the fact he admitted to signing a security document. And you changed it. We want to use it substantively, and it got admitted into evidence. And it was admitted into evidence under my Binger analysis of something that, there's not prejudice to the other side, was primarily the reason. Had I known it been discovery being conducted after the deadline, there was no way in hell that the document would have been admitted into evidence. Mr. Axelrod, I don't know how many times in this transcript, I didn't bring a piece of paper back with me, how many times you called Mr. Young a liar. But yet in his deposition, he acknowledged having his security being held by Helios Global, which is exactly what that document is and which was exactly what he testified to. I think an apology from you is clearly in order, Mr. Young, for the number of times in front of this court and streamed around the world that you call Mr. Young a liar for failing to disclose a document that you have no proof was within his possession, custody, or control. Everybody here, I don't know how much money we're clicking off an hour in lawyer bills in this case, and how much credentials the lawyers have in this case. The case has been pending for 2.5 years in my court. And I made a joke, looking back through this transcript, I made a joke of you only have a week and a half to do more discovery in this case, so we finish up the trial. But it seems like everybody wanted to do everything at the last minute without telling the other side that we're going to do this discovery and then accuse the other person of being the bad person. And I said in this transcript, I'm not going to decide the case based on who can sling the most mud at each other and make each other look out to be the worst person. I think it came up in the course of things. This isn't kindergarten. Y'all matriculated from kindergarten a long, long, long time ago. Or at least that's what it says because y'all have bar licenses. I'm troubled by all of this to happen. The easiest thing and the clear thing I'm doing is I'm permitting you to call Mr. Conway and get him here to testify and rebuttal. But I'm overly concerned with the level of professionalism or lack thereof that's here. I'm overly concerned. I mean, the transcript of what I read, we said at sidebar when we were arguing after we excused the jury, conflicts Mr. Axelrod with the argument you made today to me. The argument you were making when we were arguing about the document last week, you were suggesting that, we got the smoking gun. This is the crucial document in our case. I don't know how many times I've heard that from both sides in this case. Or the crucial witness. Like every document, the thousands of documents we have in evidence in this case are the crucial documents. But this was being represented as, this just fell out of the sky in our lap. Not that we were doing the same thing we're accusing them of being bad people to do. And I take that as a complete insult to me as the court in this case. And you were saying that he completely lied and misrepresented despite the fact he acknowledged that he had a security clearance with Global, which again, is another misrepresentation of the court, which supports your argument that you were being made. So right now, your credibility with me, Mr. Axelrod, is about none, if you understand that.
I do. I certainly do. And I apologize if you feel that way. I apologize if you feel it.
Oh, and the fake apology. He really does the fake apology. He apologizes for you feeling this way. That's not an apology. That's a fake apology. Oh, you absolute twat.
I misled you. That certainly wasn't my intention.
It was your intention.
You said, I never said that. Well, no, you did. So today you said I never said that, but that's what the transcript from last week was representing. I'm reserving on any other sanctions pertaining to this matter and other matters against the lawyers and parties in this case. But at least to resolve the issue for this morning to go forward, you can get Mr. Conway here. And I'll do this too. If Mr. Conway cannot make it here, we can call him via Zoom. All right.
Nothing further.
All right. Is there anything else we need to get before we get the jurors in here?
There you go.
All right.
That is the most
Let me say this, I
dangerous.
mean, y'all made a lawyer like that in Philly or New York or DC or wherever the heck it is, or Miami. We don't lawyer like this around here. Y'all may have handled some big cases. We're not going to play the shenanigans anymore in this case. Y'all both understand that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a judge.
And I'm upping the fine for personal insults to $1,000 per time from $100.
Boom. So, Mr. Axelrod no longer has, in this judge opinion, he does not have the credibility to go in on his honor, on his word, as an officer of the court and claim something. Moving on, he doesn't have that privilege anymore in this judge's opinion. The lead counsel for CNN does no longer have more or less the clearance to represent to the court without backing it up with actual paperwork. His word is no longer good enough for this judge. That's rule 101. Do not make the judge mad. But this Axelrod went a step further. He made the judge disappointed. And he upped the fine for $100 per personal insult, from $100 to $1,000 fine each time the parties do that to each other. And he reserved his right to impose sanction, which means they can file sanctions and he will take it under advisement, because he will not do it now. But I want to know what happens after this trial. First Best GG says, anyone else who goes up against CNN will be pulling this transcript. Well, if it's official document against Mr. Axelrod, yeah, they can try. Oh, this was epic. But trial must go on. And they were allowed to call this rebuttal witness to tell the jury, hey, remember CNN said that he still had a security clearance? Well, they lied.
And who do you have as your next witness?
Brian Buster.
See, you're up. All right.
All right. CNN continues with their defense case in chief.
Needed to address with the attorney while you guys are settling in. Mr. Axelrod, you want to call your next witness?
Yes, CNN calls Brian Buster.
Brian Buster.
All right. Mr. Bus, when you get around there, if you could face the clerk and raise your right hand. Have a seat there and then just position the microphone and pull it towards where it's facing your mouth.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yeah, y'all ready? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Axelrod.
Mr. Buss, could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. I'm Brian Buss. I'm a senior director with a firm called CBiz Forensic Consulting Group.
And what do you do at CBiz Consulting Group?
I do a combination of financial analysis, including calculating economic damages in litigation and valuing.
And he relied on the paperwork that CNN provided him. Who here believes they provided him with the correct paperwork? I don't anymore. I really don't, but let's listen to him.
Businesses and intellectual property assets like patents, trademarks, copyrights, brands, and goodwill.
And were you retained by CNN to testify in this matter?
I was.
And how much are you being compensated to testify per hour in this case?
My rate is $4.50 an hour.
$4.50. If you could you tell us about your education history first?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in biology and economics from Claremont McKenna College in California. I have a master's
I don't
in
care
business
about his
administration. Saw
CV.
the live stream, yes.
Okay. If you could keep going in your career.
Sorry. Okay. So after that one firm, I left my position at that firm and started my own firm doing the same work. So still doing the forensic consulting work, calculating economic damages and doing valuations of businesses and intangible assets. I was at that firm that I co-owned with my business partner for close to 10 years, and then got recruited away to join the current firm I work for, which is CBIZ, which is a big national accounting, advisory, and consulting firm.
Okay, and what do you do day to day at CBIZ?
A lot of this. So I get hired by either the plaintiff or the defendant through their counsel to analyze and measure economic damages. And then I also do some work advising companies on the value of their brands or their patents or trademarks.
Okay. How long have you been working as what we call an expert witness?
Probably close to 15 years now.
And how many prior cases have you worked on as an expert?
At least 100.
How many times have you testified, whether in deposition or at trial, as an expert?
At least 50 times.
Okay. All defense side, all plaintiff side, or a mix?
It's both. It's 2-3 cases in a row will be for the defendant, and then I'll have 2 or 3 cases in a row for the plaintiff. You never know.
Have you written any publications about economic damages and the calculation of economic damages?
I have, yes.
Okay, just briefly explain to the jury what type of writing you've done.
So there's
No.
I've authored chapter.
Causation, whether the CNN publications caused any damage, is that right?
No.
Okay. So Mr. De Meza, if you could put up Mr. Buss's.
Yeah, this is boring. He's just going to tell, hey, we can see what. So let's go to cross-examination.
An instruction to ignore the testimony. Is there any objection to that?
No, there's not.
Oh, wait, what was that? All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Buss.
Good morning.
My name is Kyle Roche. I've got a few questions for you. We haven't met before, correct?
I don't think so.
Okay. Besides passing each other in the hallway?
Yeah, or maybe at the hotel.
Yes, I did see you at dinner last night. All right. Mr. Buss, you are not offering an opinion on what damages should be if CNN is found liable, correct?
Based on my analysis of the data I've seen, the opinion would be 0 for economic damages.
Your Honor, objection to that answer.
Did he render any? He did. I don't remember him rendering a number.
No, he did not.
I have an instruction to ignore the testimony. Is there any objection to that?
No, there's not, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the last response that Mr. Buss gave about his opinion, y'all should ignore that and not consider that for purposes of deliberations in this case.
And with that, this guy's test is also, his credibility is gone. This guy knew he didn't have an opinion. And he wasn't hired to produce an opinion on what it should or shouldn't be. And he still gave it. He wasn't asked about it. And he still gave it. CNN have this uncanny ability to find these unethical people. And this is a guy who's been doing it for 20 plus years. And he testified in 50 trials. And he does this, an experienced expert witness, and he just blurts it out. Well, we are watching a trial about CNN making people unhireable. Well, I wouldn't hire this one.
All right, go ahead.
Can I ask a question again? Or should I move on? All right.
You can try to ask the question.
All right. All right. I'll try not to draw another curative instruction. Mr. Buss, you are not offering an opinion on what damages should be in this case if CNN is found liable.
I guess not.
All right. Now, before preparing your expert opinion in this case, you reviewed the report of General James Young, correct?
I did receive it, yes.
You reviewed it?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that General Young testified that after watching the segment, he went to hire Zach for the evacuation nonprofit he was involved in?
I didn't see Mr. Young's testimony, or sorry, General Young's testimony.
But you read his report?
I did.
Okay. So you're aware that he's offered testimony that after watching the segment, he wouldn't hire Zach for the evacuation nonprofit he was involved in.
I remember reviewing it. I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. You don't recall. All right. And you're aware that General Young testified that he would have had, let me ask this. Are you aware that General Young testified that prior to the segment, he would have hired the plaintiff in this case for the evacuation work?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that General Young testified either from the report or from reviewing the transcripts in this case, that General Young testified that reputation in Zach's industry is pretty much everything?
I don't recall that specific line, but I recall something similar to that.
Are you aware that General Young testified that contracts like the DynCorp contract you reviewed are not found on monster.com or websites like that?
I don't recall that from his report. It's been a while.
Are you providing an opinion in this case that Mr. Young didn't do enough to mitigate his damages?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. All right.
This is it. What's going on here? How can CNN find these absolute rubbish witnesses?
Talk about General Young. I'm going to switch to Mr. Young, the plaintiff. You reviewed Mr. Young's testimony, deposition testimony, in rendering your expert opinion, correct?
Yes.
And you saw that Mr. Young reached out to 9 previous contacts in the industry, correct?
Yes.
I heard from you're asking questions about some of the testimony you've offered in other cases, correct?
Yes.
You've testified in over how many times have you testified? 50?
I've been deposed about 50 times. I think I've testified in 9 trials.
On direct examination, you told the court that you testified in 50. And now all of a sudden you say you've been deposed in 50 and testified in 9? Oh, sir, you're a liar, in my opinion.
And you've offered, and we heard you offered expert opinion in defamation cases, correct?
Yes.
And in some of those cases, you did a damages computation.
Yes.
In one of those cases, you represented a company called Sunfood.
Yes.
In that case, the former CEO made an online post that Sunfoods, despite claiming to be non-GMO, were in fact sourced from genetically modified organisms, correct?
It's been a while since I looked at that case, but that sounds familiar.
CEO in that case didn't call anyone a criminal, did he?
I don't recall what he specifically said.
Okay. Nonetheless, you provided an expert report in that case computing damages for Sunfood, correct?
Yes.
In another case, you represented the National Rifle Association.
Yes.
In that case, the TV channel created a lot of negative press and publicity for NRA, the NRA, the National Rifle Association.
Yes.
As a result, some of the donors stopped donating to the NRA.
Yes.
And you were able to compute a damages model for the NRA in that case, correct?
No, I didn't do a full damages model in that case. It didn't get to that point. I did provide some calculations about the reach and the extent, the number of people who saw and were impacted by the advertising that the NRA alleged was defamatory.
You didn't do that analysis here, did you?
No.
Okay. You testified in another case, Mission Healthcare Services versus Rich Home Health, correct?
Yes.
That case dealt with a business divorce where some people left Mission Healthcare to set up a rival business.
Yes.
And the rival business did some nasty things in the marketing about the business you were testifying on behalf of, correct?
Yes, that's what I recall.
And you provided a damages model in that case, correct? Now, I won't go through all the others, but it's safe to say you provided damages computations in a lot of defamation cases, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't perform any damages computation in this case, correct?
I didn't, yes.
You're providing no opinion in this case about a specific figure that the jury should award lower than the 21.3 million figure that Mr. Bolko provided, correct?
Well, I did, but you guys struck it, but
Objection.
Awful. What's going on with this witness? He's just blurting out things he knows he can't say. I would, if I were the Mr. Young's attorneys, I would move to strike this guy as a witness altogether. Jesus Christ, this is bad.
Here today, you're not providing a specific number that's lower than the one Mr. Bolko provided in this expert report and in court, I guess. But you did assume for purposes of your computation that CNN was liable for defamation, correct? You did? Okay. You assumed liability?
yeah, and that's standard in every damages calculation that I do, whether working for the plaintiff or the defendant.
So you're telling the jury that even if CNN is found liable for defamation, even if it finds that they destroyed Mr. Young's reputation, that the jury should toss out Mr. Bolko's computation, give him 0 damages?
Yes.
Okay.
This guy is what's in the industry is called a hired gun. No matter if he is on the defendant side or the plaintiff side, he will testify. He's been paid for testimony. And so apparently he is making quite a good, in my opinion, this so-called expert gets paid and then he finds out what his employer at the time wants him to testify, and he will. This is a hired gun. Jesus Christ, this is bad for CNN.
Prior to, what do you call the triggering event? What's the term of art you use?
The damaging event.
The damaging event. Okay. So prior to the damaging event in this case, Mr. Young had his own security intelligence and consulting business named Nemex. Sorry, that's a mouthful.
I think I understood your question. Yes.
Okay.
My understanding that Mr. Young owned a business called Nemex.
I think you testified that you had worked in venture capital before becoming an expert witness, right?
I did briefly, yes.
And so you know that it's not unusual for a new business to not earn profit right away, correct?
Yes.
Business ventures sometimes have a ramp-up period before they start regularly realizing revenue.
That can be the case.
And so when projecting financial results for early-stage businesses, the projection needs to be focused on business opportunities and the quantification of revenue that would be achieved from target customers, correct?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. It can be harder to calculate damages for new businesses, right?
It can, because they don't have that track record of consistent results.
But just because a business is new doesn't mean it can't have damages, correct?
That's fair to say.
And you would agree that for some damages computations, it would be appropriate to exclude the ramp-up period from the baseline computation, correct?
No, I wouldn't say exclude it. I think it still needs to be considered. And what you would typically want to see to do a forecast for a new business or an early stage business would be more of what we would call a bottom-up forecast, where you're projecting the revenue and identifying the potential customers, projecting the revenue that the company could earn from each of those customers, but then also forecasting and projecting what the expenses the business would need to incur in order to provide the services or make the products that it's going to provide.
So you would never exclude a ramp-up period? Let's strike that question. If somebody went to trade school for 2 years, graduated from that trade school, and then earned $100,000 a year for the 2 years thereafter, would you need to factor in the 2 years of trade school in determining future lost profits?
Well, I think you're talking about two different things.
Tell me.
If you're talking about kind of getting your education and then starting a business, that's the cost of getting that education. In this case, we do see that Nemex had some losses and then had a short period of earning some income. But what I never saw was any kind of business plan or budget or projection, really, or even a business description that was provided to show what Nemex plans to do in the future.
You understand the plaintiff in this case is Mr. Young, correct?
Yes.
Not Nemex?
I understand that both were plaintiffs at one point and now it's
Objection.
For purposes of the trial, I mean, there's only one plaintiff, but can you answer the question?
Yeah, my understanding that Mr. Young is the plaintiff now.
Okay, not Nemix.
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Young owns 100% of Nemix.
that's my understanding, yes.
So if you're looking at the damages for Mr. Young, you would need to consider both Mr. Young's wages and Nemix's income, correct?
Sure.
And for purposes of determining Mr. Young's damages, it would not make a material difference if Mr. Young is hired as a direct employee or if Nemix is hired, correct?
Well, the forecast would probably be different if you were going to project future wages than if you were going to project future business income. Both those things are different types of work and different types of income.
Let me get into this straight. So do you own your company, your firm?
Do I own it?
Yes, or no? Okay, let's take a hypothetical company, and it's going to pay Mr. Young $200 an hour, all right? If Mr. Young is earning that as a W-2, or if the company decides, you know what, we're going to retain Nemix instead and hire Mr. Young through Nemix, that $200 is the same $200 an hour, correct?
In that hypothetical, I guess it is.
Okay, thank you. And you are not offering any opinion that Zach can be hired right now in his chosen profession as a national security consultant?
I don't believe so, no.
You're not providing any opinion that there's work he could be earning that would pay him $200 an hour?
I don't have enough information to, nor would I be the right person to offer.
You're not providing, okay. And you're not providing an opinion that there's comparable work available to him in Austria?
No.
You're not providing any opinion in this case that Zach's business could recover from the damaging event?
I don't think so, no.
No. So, okay, let's come back to, let's step back out of hypotheticals. Mr. Young received wages as an employee of DynCorp from 2018 through 2020, right?
Yes.
He started work for DynCorp in July of 2018?
I don't recall the specific date, but that seems about right.
But in November 2020, the contract was changed from Zach, Mr. Young, personally to Nemix, correct?
I don't recall if that's accurate or not. I don't know one way or the other.
How convenient.
Hand me that. Review that. Would it refresh your recollection to see your expert report?
Sure.
He didn't read the expert report he was provided with from CNN.
I'm sorry, I don't have the page number in my outline, so just bear with me a
This
second.
is so stupid. Oh, wow. And thank you to Sebastian Miller for being a member for 13 whole months. Saying, stop, it's already, yeah. Yeah, this so-called expert witness. Oh, this is bad. And for you guys, if you also want to be a member,
That part in a
it's
second.
$3 a month. And you just push the join button.
Mr. Buss, are you aware that the before and after method determines economic revenues for damages period by comparing the performance of the subject business before and after the event occurred?
I mean, that's more or less what I understand that approach to be. I don't recall that specific definition, but
That's consistent with your understanding and professional experience of the before and after method.
yeah, the way, from what I heard you read just now, yes.
And the underlying theory of the before and after method. Yep. Okay. So my colleague, Mr. Friedman, is helping me out here. Should have had that page ready for you, but Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I think this is what we're looking at here. That paragraph, if you could read that paragraph.
Thank you,
It's on the
Cindy,
next page.
for renewing your gifted membership.
Yeah, I was going to say for the record, is there a page number on there?
Yeah, page 6 of expert report.
Yeah, and hey, Angelo, again. Yeah, he doesn't know what's in his own expert report. I'm starting to think he didn't author it himself. I'm starting to think he was given it to, he was gifted it, told this is what you are testifying about. Learn it, get on the stand, and lie for us. This is insanity. How can you be this bad in $1 billion lawsuit? Well, I tell you how you can be this bad. Because you don't have a case against Mr. Young. You defamed him in a hit piece. Can you get more than he asked for, MD Law in Florida? Can you get, I don't know what the cap is exactly in Florida, but I've heard compensatory damages is not capped, but damages are capped to 3 times that amount. As Cindy said, for $450 an hour, he should be doing better. Well, apparently he can't. He actually has to read his own
report. You wanted me to read that paragraph?
No, I don't want you to read that paragraph. What I want you, I'll ask you the question again now. In November 2020, the contract was changed from Zach personally to Nemex, correct?
Again, what I'm aware of is that he had an employment contract with DynCorp, that he was paid a severance at the end of that contract. And then there was a second contract through an entity called Work Spend Payroll. And that second contract, the contracted party was Nemex.
And as far as you're aware, the only person working for Nemex is Mr. Young, correct? All right. And Nemex provided services to DynCorp from November 12, 2020 through May 2021, correct?
Yes.
Nemex's contract with DynCorp was set to expire on November 15th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's just 4 days after the airing of the segment, the damaging event?
Yes.
Are you aware, are you aware that Mr. Young, strike that. Are you aware that Mr. Young testified that his contacts at Amentum started a company called Five Eyes?
I don't recall that.
Are you aware that Mr. Young testified that his impression was that what he had built, his material, his program, moved on without him through Five Eyes and is being used without him?
I don't recall that.
Not aware of it. You didn't consider that when preparing your expert opinions in this case?
I wasn't aware of it.
Are you aware that Mr. Young testified that the Saudi project was supposed to be 10 years at least, and this is something that would have been implemented, is being implemented in other places now?
I don't recall that.
You didn't consider that time horizon Mr. Young testified about in arriving at your opinions today?
I don't recall that statement.
Okay, Corey, can we bring up PX 41? And I believe this has already been admitted into evidence. 41.
Yes.
Can we publish to the jury? Can you see, you reviewed this contract though, right?
I'm sitting here right now. I don't remember if I saw this page or not, but if you're telling me it was part of one of the contracts, I probably did review it.
Okay. And you see rate of compensation. Did you review Mr. Young's rate of compensation under this agreement in preparing your expert opinions?
And as I sit here right now, I don't recall this or recall the rest of the document, but it would have been something I probably reviewed.
So, okay, did you, in preparing your expert opinions, did you rely on the hourly rate of $200 per hour that Mr. Young was paid?
Not specifically, no.
You ignored it.
Well, I don't have that in any of the calculations that I did.
You ignored it.
Okay.
Okay, Corey, you can take that down. Mr. Buss, you understand that Mr. Young also made money through corporate evacuations in Afghanistan, correct?
Nemex made that. Yeah,
No, you're right. Nemex made money through corporate evacuations in Afghanistan.
that's my understanding.
Thank you, MG. MG says, yes, you could. Generally, compensatory are not capped, but punities generally have a cap. In the debt trial, punities were capped at $350,000. In Florida, it could be up to triple the compensatory. Hey, thank you. MG Law, if you don't know, is a US-based attorney. And I love when he is in my chat and provide, because I'm not US-based. I work out of Sweden. So it's good to have US-based attorneys showing up and affirming my what I thought I knew. Thank you, MD.
Now, I think you testified about this on direct. The Nemex business didn't start until 2021, right? Or excuse me, that was a bad question. The Nemex evacuation business didn't start until 2021.
That's, yes, from my review of the tax returns, that's what, and the invoices, the evacuation business didn't start until that.
And Nemex reported revenues of $505,555 in 2021, correct?
That sounds about the right figure that I saw in the tax return.
And Corey, if you could pull up Mr. Bolton's demonstrative that Mr. Buss reviewed. And if we could go to page 4. So you reviewed this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bolko didn't use the 2021 income or revenue in coming up with his baseline, correct?
That's correct.
So Mr. Young did not take into account, or excuse me, Mr. Bolko did not take into account Mr. Young's evacuation services in determining a baseline, correct?
It appears that he did not.
He only considered the income from the DynCorp and Momentum contracts, correct?
Yes. Okay.
And you understand that Mr. Bolko testified that in order to consider that 2021 income, you would have needed a more complex model.
I recall him mentioning a complex model.
Okay. And Mr. Buss, you would agree that financial experts in your field recognize the before and after method as a commonly accepted method to estimate lost profits?
Yes.
And the before and after method is often applied when the company only has a before from which to forecast. Often there is no after because the company has not yet recovered at the time of the trial or is not expected to recover to pre-damage levels for some time.
That can be the case. If you're going to make that assumption, then there needs to be support for it.
Okay. Now, you criticized Mr. Bolko's opinion because it only included Mr. Young's DynCorp W-2 income for 2019 and 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you criticized Mr. Bolko's reliance on those numbers in part because he did not include the Nemex business losses in 2019 and 20, correct?
Yes.
You don't know what those business losses were for, though, correct?
You can see from the Nemex tax return what expenses were claimed, but I don't know what services Nemex was providing in those years.
Let's say Mr. Young was developing another business venture in 2019 and 2020 that he ended up not pursuing. Would it still be inappropriate to rely only on the DynCorp income for computing Young's lost income?
So hypothetically, you're saying that was a different venture, I guess?
If it was a different venture?
Hypothetically, if it was a different venture, it would require some explanation as to what's different about it, what the new business is, and how that new business would be different.
There's no evidence that those business losses were related to his DynCorp income, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to walk you through another hypothetical. I know I've used a lot of hypotheticals in this cross, and I'm sorry, but just one more. I promise only one more. All right, let's say I'm a manager at a taco restaurant. I make $50,000 of income from 2019 to 2020. And let's say in 2019 and 2020, I invest some of my income, $25,000 each year. So I've made $50,000 from the taco restaurant, my job as a manager. But I've invested $25,000 into, I want to start a pizza joint. And let's say at the beginning of 2021, Mr. Friedman, I hate to throw you under the bus, but he accuses me of being a terrible cook. And as a result, I can't work in the restaurant industry anymore. In that hypothetical, if I bring suit against Mr. Friedman for calling me a terrible cook, and let's say I claim lost income of $50,000 a year against Mr. Friedman, would it be your professional opinion that my $25,000 per business per year should be deducted from my damages? The $25,000 I was spending to invest in a new venture.
Okay.
Would that be deducted from the
Not
damages?
$50,000 that you had.
Right. Would that be deducted from my $50,000 in damages?
No.
Okay.
But there probably needs an explanation for that answer. But
Okay. You need to know I was starting a pizza venture or some other venture?
yeah, I think we need to look into what it would take to launch that pizza venture, where you're going to operate. how
But I'm
many
not suing
customers.
Mr. Friedman for my pizza venture. I'm suing him for my lost income from the taco joint.
So then you're saying the new pizza venture is not going to be the source of your future income that you lost because of the.
Well, that's what Mr. Bolko did, right? He's computing damages from the DynCorp contract. He's not computing damages from anything else.
From a contract, yeah. Mr. Bolko is using the wages.
Right.
And then applying a revenue growth rate, assuming that there's some new business that's going to grow at 9%. So he's using wages as the baseline, but then a revenue growth rate for businesses in the future.
So your criticism really is just with the growth rate.
Well, I think the criticism, as I've explained, goes to a lot of the elements, yes.
Okay. You reviewed Mr. Young's 2022 tax returns, correct?
All right, just missed your question there.
You reviewed Mr. Young's 2022 tax returns?
Yes,
You understand that Mr. Young had no income in 2022?
there's no income reported on the tax returns in 2022.
No further questions.
Yeah, just a couple, Your Honor. Mr. Buss, in the course of your work, are you familiar with the rate that wages generally grow at?
I've seen various rates for that, yes.
Okay. Do salaries generally grow, W-2 salaries grow at 8.9% a year for 28 years?
No, usually at lower rates.
I think Mr. Roche asked you about the before and after method. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Balco's use of the before and after method was sound?
I think choosing that method was okay, but there needs to be a lot more work done to use that method accurately.
And what kind of work would be required?
We've mentioned some of it, doing a more detailed forecast of what the business activities would be in the future, considering both who the customers and how much revenue can be generated from those customers or business opportunities, but then also investigating and forecasting a reasonable amount of expenses and investment to build and support that business.
Mr. Roche also asked you, I think pretty close to the beginning, are you telling this jury to toss out Balco's $21 million number? Do you recall that question? Or something like that?
Yeah.
Why is it your opinion that this jury should toss out Mr. Balco's $21 million number?
I mean, just about every element of it is got either an aggressive assumption or a somewhat misleading element to the calculation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have questions for Mr. Buss, jot them down. In either case, tear out the page and fold it over and pass it to the bailiff.
That did not go as good as CNN could have hoped for, because more or less, Mr. Young's attorney showed that this so-called expert is a hired gun and, excuse my language, a moron, a high-paid moron. And look at that. We have a sidebar getting us to dun dun dun, sidebar counter 40. Jury questions. I hope one of the questions is, sir, are you mentally challenged? Oh. Let's see. What the questions for this guy is.
All right, Mr. Buss, we got one question from the jurors. Why didn't you use Mr. Young's $200 hourly rate in your analysis?
Good question. Because Mr. Balco's analysis really doesn't use it. So I didn't see that $200 an hour as an element of the revenue that Mr. Balco was forecasting. And so I didn't realize that or connect that Mr. Balco was in some way basing his 9% growth rate or his future income on that $200 rate.
All right. Mr. Axelrod, any follow-up on that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Roche, any
One question
on that? Yeah.
on that. Mr. Butts, you understand that $200 an hour was how Mr. Young earned the W-2 income that Mr. Volko relied upon?
I hadn't seen that connection in Mr. Volko's work, so I didn't realize that he was making that connection.
Nothing further. Read right on that.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Butts, you can step down. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and you can give that back to plaintiff's counsel, I think, handed that.
CNN isn't
Defense
doing
next
too
witness.
well, folks.
Oh, well, hang on. Y'all doing all right? Just, I know we get started a little bit late, so we've been only going for a little over an hour, but y'all are doing okay?
Can I get a 5-minute restroom break?
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Am I in a Newsweek article?
All right, we'll take 5 minutes.
Hold on. Hey, I'm in the. Oh, let's see here. Where is it? Ooh, I need to share it. Newsweek. I'm in Newsweek. Oh, sorry. What people are saying about this trial. Nick Starrow, a legal commentator with over 30 years of experience in labor law on X. Quote, this is mass media theater disguised as news. For them, it was just another day. For Zachary Young, it was his life, his career. And CNN ruined it for a 4-minute segment. Hey, I mentioned. I need to tweet this out. Sorry. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, yeah, I've been in the papers before, but in my normal capacity. But this is I believe this is the first time my opinion on a case is mentioned in the news. Yay! I wish they brought a link. So I mentioned with Kathy Russon. Folks, my quote is above Kathy Russon. Kathy Russon from Law and Crime. I'm a bit proud of myself. I'm just going to pat myself on the back real hard here. Oh, not just mentioned, but quoted. Damn. Swamp Bear says, dang it, Nick, now I remember who you remind me of when you left. The professor in the never-ending story. Aww. And thank you for bringing it to my attention. I had no idea. Yay. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Huh. When did this article come out? January 16, 12:57 p.m. Yeah, just, oh, so today. What's 12:57 p.m.? I have no idea what 12:57 p.m. is. Oh, that must be just after lunch. Okay, because I'm getting a decent number today on my stream. Hey, nice. Wee. All right. Let's get back to the trial here. 2 hours ago. Hey, nice. So just when I started my stream, that segment went up. All right. Nice. Oh, all right. Let's. We need to get through day 7 here in some capacity. And skip ahead.
Let's see when you get back to your chairs.
For the record, day 7 was 11 hours. So we have
I'll give you a
to
minute
get
to settle
through.
in, but defense, you want to call your next witness?
Yes,
Yeah. So now, defense next witness.
CNN calls Emma Lacey Bordeaux.
All right. Ms. Lacey
Emma
Bordeaux, if you
Lacey
stand, raise your right hand and face the
Bordeaux.
clerk. All right. And just have a seat and then move the microphone where it's facing close to your mouth there.
Okay. Is this? Yep.
We can hear you good? Yes.
Great.
And so, Ms. Lacey
All
Bordeaux,
right. Hang on. Y'all ready? All right. Go ahead.
there's some water there too, if you understand. Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure. My name is Emma Lacey Bordeaux. I'm a journalist and adjunct professor. I have been at CNN since 2008. It was my first job out of college.
Folks, have you ever heard of a Karen haircut? And why? Auto Doctor said, Nick, you should do some more short highlight videos. People will click on them and catch an interesting moment. Then when, yeah. I've been doing that through this entire trial coverage, all from 3-minute segments to 10-minute to half an hour. And I'm getting great numbers on those. Great numbers on those. KLF says, I'm thinking Phil Spector. Oh, that's a comparison. I'm sure she will be delighted if she sees that. Yeah, you can't unsee that one. You cannot unsee that one. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, okay. So she's a journalist and an adjunct professor who has been at CNN since 2009, and it was their first job out of college. All right, let's listen.
I started out as a...
I'll stop you there. I'll just kind of take you
Sure.
there.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Have you ever testified before?
No.
Okay, first time?
First time?
Have you been following the trial at all?
I have not.
Why not?
Under advice of CNN's counsel.
So I think you were testifying that you work at CNN. How long have you worked at CNN?
Yes. So I've worked at CNN since 2008.
Okay, and that was right out of college?
Exactly.
So just tell us what you did when you joined CNN at first.
Sure. So I grew up in Atlanta, so CNN was in a certain sense my neighbor. I graduated from Georgia State University, where I was the news director of my college radio station. And I interviewed for a researcher position at CNN, which was like an entry-level position. And along with that, interview process was a news quiz, which I aced. I'd sort of been following news very closely my college career. And I still remember my first time walking into the newsroom.
After, how long did you work as a researcher?
From the end of 2008 to roundabout sometime in 2011.
And what was the next role you had at CNN?
I moved over to a podcasting unit where I was first an associate producer.
And what did you do on this podcasting unit?
I did all kinds of things. I would do research for stories. I would book guests. I would cut tape, so cutting audio sounds for the podcast.
How long were you in this podcast unit?
So I was an associate producer. I then got promoted to producer reporter, and I had that role until CNN dissolved that unit in 2013.
And what came next for you at CNN?
I was then rehired to be a row editor, is what the title was called at that time.
Can you explain to the jury what a row editor is?
Sure. So the row editor, my understanding is it was named the row because everybody sat in a row. And what I did was I reviewed content, scripts. I worked a very glamorous schedule at that time from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. So that meant I was working a lot with our folks overseas and on our morning show because those were the folks who were awake at that time.
And what was your job at the row?
Yeah, so when pieces would come in, I would take a look at them, and along with a research job, which was the job I did when I first started at CNN, we would make sure that they were factually accurate.
How long were you at the row?
So that was in 2013. In 2017, I moved to DC. CNN moved me to DC. And then in 2019, I moved over to Standards and Practices.
And are you still there today?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your title?
Senior Director, Standards and Practices, CNN Worldwide.
And can you tell the jury, what is the Standard and Practices group at CNN?
Yeah, so Standards and Practices, or S&P, is basically applied ethics. So it can be everything from sensitive or offensive content to violent content. We review those to make sure that they are newsworthy and done appropriately and fairly.
Okay. The Standards and Practices review stories to determine whether they're fair?
That is part of our role, yes.
What is the purpose of the Standards and Practices group?
Yeah, so S&P exists basically because there's all kinds of things that might be in the legal, or they might be factually true, they might be legally sound, but they might still be gray. So for instance, profanity. Profanity most of the time would not be newsworthy, but for instance, it might be newsworthy if an elected official was using profanity. That might be relevant for the audience to understand. But it would also be offensive, presumably, to some in the audience. So we would be evaluating exactly how to cover things like that.
Besides profanity, what other types of things do Standards and Practices look for?
Yeah, so, some days it can be heavy. Like, for instance, the attack in New Orleans recently, there was lots of video. Obviously, those are terrible moments. They're very upsetting moments. And an event like that, it's important for the public to understand what happened. So for instance, S&P would be involved in looking at those videos and making a determination of how much of them should we show, should we give a warning, and making sure that we're balancing the horror of that moment with what the audience needs to know to, keep themselves safe and also to understand what happened.
When Standards and Practices reviews a story, can it make changes?
Yes.
How does that happen?
To me, one of the best things about journalism is it's very collaborative. And so somebody who is far more of an expert in the story because they've been reporting it, they've been producing it, they've been booking on it, would come to Standards and Practices and they would say, this is what we'd like to do. And then we would raise questions or concerns or suggestions. And then it's a discussion. It's a discussion between us and them and any other parties that might need to be involved.
Can Standards and Practices ever say that a story should run?
Yes, I can make that recommendation. My colleagues could make that recommendation.
And have you made that in the past?
I have.
All right. So do you understand the stories that that are issued in this case?
Story?
Yeah.
Yes.
The video segment?
Yes.
Did you work on that?
I did. I reviewed the script.
Did you work on the article that was published later?
No.
So I really want you to focus on the video segment that you actually reviewed. When did you first learn that there was a story in progress about Afghan evacuations? The story.
I got an email from Mike Callahan with the script.
And do you recall what day you first got that script? Well, sure. What was your role in this story?
My role was to review the script for standards and practices.
And what are you looking for when you were reviewing this script?
So when I first got the script, right from the beginning, what I saw was sensitivity around unnamed sources. So one of the things that standards will look for is making sure that we're thinking through safety considerations, especially where unnamed sources are involved. So that was the first thing that jumped out to me. The second thing was we talked about the overall situation in Afghanistan, the desperate situation of people trying to get out, and then the other side, which was the people who are offering services to those people.
Sorry.
And so there was one.
MD Law, you asked. I was not prepared for that. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Folks, MD Law. Folks, you all know Disney characters, don't you? Oh. Oh no. Oh wow. Oh wow. Yeah, folks, this is a legal commentary channel, but it's also legal snark. Newsweek is going to take your vote out now. Oh, okay. Oh.
Person who was offering these services. So I was looking at that part as well to make sure that we were fair to Mr. Young.
And that was Mr. Young you were talking about?
Mr. Young.
Mr. Meza, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 124, which is in evidence. And go to the second, I'm sorry, not the second page. Go to the 8th page, please. All right, if you could just focus on, we'll try to frame the time frame for Ms. Lacey Bordeaux. There we go. All right. So Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 124, and I'm showing you an email from Mr. Callahan, and you look at the first name on the recipient list. Do you see that?
I do.
And Mr. Callahan writes, "Good evening. I wanted to send this Marquardt script tonight that is for the lead on Thursday. It can be dealt with first thing in AM, but figured it couldn't hurt to send now if the show has approved it." So what's your understanding of what Mr. Callahan was saying that day?
So he was sending us the text version of the script and saying that it was going to air on one of our afternoon shows the following day, and that the show had already looked over it and approved it.
So it's the 10th at 6:04 that Mr. Callahan is sending it to you. Do you know what time the lead airs?
I believe it starts at 4.
Okay. So he's telling you that at 6:04, he sent it to you for the lead that starts at 4 the next day. Was that enough time to review the script?
Yes.
Is that typical?
Typical is a little tough because it's the breaking news business, and so it's typical. It's tough to say typical, but I felt that I had plenty of time to review the piece.
Okay. As we go through this email, let's go up to the next email. And just page up. So the first email that we see is Mr. Hogan responding. Do you see that?
I do.
Is this typical of how the triad reviews scripts or stories or by email?
Yeah, it could be done over email.
Does that happen?
Yes.
And so just going forward. And going up on the email, Mr. Demez, if you can go to page I'm sorry, I lost my place. If you can go to page 3 into 4. Yeah, so now we're the next day, it's 11:54, and there's been some back and forth, and Mr. Marquardt is responding. And you're still on there, Mr. Schenkman, Fuzz Hogan, et cetera.
Yeah, board. Let's move on to cross-examination of this witness. Let's see here. Yeah, cross-examination. I'm going to do it in order to save time. I'm just going to skip to cross-examinations of CNN's witnesses because they crumble. All of them have crumbled during cross-examination so far.
Do you prefer I use Lacey Bordeaux or Bordeaux or?
Yeah, Lacey Bordeaux.
Lacey Bordeaux.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux.
Good morning.
You mentioned earlier that you're an adjunct professor.
Yes,
Where?
Georgetown.
And as an adjunct professor, what do you teach?
I teach journalistic ethics.
So you teach journalistic ethics? And so are you responsible for the next generation of reporters, journalistic ethics?
So Georgetown actually only has a comms minor. So I don't know whether they'll actually work as journalists. Most of them are majoring in something else, and then they have a journalism minor.
Will any of them go on? We don't know. Okay. Quick question. This was an enterprise story, right?
I would understand it as an enterprise story.
It wasn't breaking news, right?
No.
Would it be fair to say, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, that your entire professional career has been with CNN?
Yeah.
And your current role is the Senior Director for Standards and Practices Group, right?
That's right.
So, but when the story came out in 2021, you were the Senior Director for Standards and Practices, right? Is that right?
Same title, yeah.
Same title?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you held that title?
Since I believe it was either October or November of 2019, fall of 2019.
So for some time. As CNN's Senior Director for Standards and Practices, are you familiar with CNN's News Standards and Practices Policy Guide?
I am.
Corey, can we put up Exhibit 281, which is in evidence? And can we go to the top of the next page where it says message from the president? And you see in the second paragraph, Ms. Bordeaux, Lacey Bordeaux, I apologize.
No problem.
It says, let's scroll down a little bit more. Sorry, Corey. Second paragraph from the bottom, not from the top. Yeah, there we go. Reading this guide is mandatory for every one of us, every CNN employee. You see that over there?
I do.
And so is that true? Is it a mandatory requirement that every CNN employee read this guide?
Yes.
And do they?
Yes.
Can you go, let's go to flip 3 pages. Corey, can you take us to CNN Bates label 1311? And do you see the first paragraph where it says, the mission of CNN's news standards and practices is to ensure that on-air and online reports and programs of the CNN are accurate, fair, and responsible?
I do.
Is that an accurate representation of your role to ensure that CNN's reports are accurate, fair, and responsible?
I would say that that's the responsibility of every CNN journalist, and then the pieces that come to us, definitely, that's what we're reviewing them for.
But you're the Senior Director for Standards and Practices, right?
Yeah, so there are a few of us, but yes, that is my title.
So you are one of the people at which the buck stops for ensuring accurate, fair, and responsibility.
For any pieces that I review, yes.
Okay, and you reviewed this piece, right?
I reviewed the TV script, yes.
TV script.
Yeah.
Did you watch the video before you authorized the publication?
I did not.
You also think about questions like fairness in your job, right?
I do.
Corey, can you take us to Bates 1320? And at the bottom where it says the row, there we go, thanks, Corey. The row, standards and practices, and the legal department, the triad, review and approve all sensitive and investigative reports, those that are controversial, those that raise serious questions, and those that allege wrongdoing. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that a fair description of when Triad gets involved in vetting stories?
I think so, yes.
And Corey, can we go to 1321? And you see where it says the Triad should be alerted early in the process, preferably weeks or months ahead, not just a few days before air, since changes may be mandated, which could affect the production schedule?
Yeah, I do see that.
you got this story a day before it published, right?
I got the script, yeah, the day before it published.
Or you can take that down. So the story aired, what's the best way to refer to the video that you reviewed? The script of the video that you reviewed?
The script or the story?
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when I say story, I mean the video that eventually aired. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. So the story that aired, it went on November 11th, 2021, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. It's not a trick question. It went on November 11th, 2021. And that means, as we just discussed, you made sure that that story was fair, accurate, and responsible, right?
Correct.
Corey, can you put up, is PX14 in evidence, Your Honor? I apologize. I didn't track that. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
It is. All right. Corey, can we please put up PX14 for on the screen? Thank you. And can we go to base 934? And Ms. Bordeaux, do you see here that this is an email from Mike Callahan to you, Fuzz Hogan, and Drew Schenkman, as well as some other folks, right?
I do.
Now, Mr. Hogan works for the Row, right?
At that time, yes,
And Mr. Schenkman is for legal, right?
that's correct.
And the email is entitled For Triad, right?
Mhm.
And the content of the email is the Marquardt script, right?
Yes,
So fair to say this is an email from Mr. Callahan to the 3 members of Triad that approved the story, correct?
yes,
And so you not only received the story for the first time the day before it aired, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, you received it the evening before it aired, right? At 6:04 p.m., correct?
sure, yes,
Less than 24 hours before it aired at 5:38 p.m. the next day.
yes,
So now you've got the script, and as I understand it, you need to review it for fairness, accuracy, and responsibility, right?
So Fuzz would be reviewing, Fuzz's primary responsibility in this one would be accuracy, and then mine would be fairness.
Fairness.
And sometimes those two overlap, but yeah, Fuzz was reviewing primarily for accuracy.
And to do that job, you read the script and asked some questions, right?
That's right.
Corey, can we put up PX 150? Let's go to page 2 at the bottom. Oh, you know what? We looked at this Axelrod. So let's skip to Ms. Bordeaux's response about 2 hours being a tight turnaround. So Ms. Bordeaux, just to bring you back to where we were a moment ago on this document, Alexander Marquardt said that he was going to send questions to Mr. Young, and he said he was going to give 2 hours, right?
Mhm.
And you responded saying 2 hours is a pretty sharp turnaround time, right?
Yes,
Now, can you zoom out for a second for me, Corey? And then we see on the top that Mr. Marquardt gave you some additional detail, and you said you changed your mind based on that additional information, and now 2 hours was more than enough time. Is that fair?
yes,
Corey, can you bring up PX 120? And part of that is because Mr. Marquardt told you that Ms. Bordeaux had been texting with Mr. Marquardt, Miss Katie Bo-Lillis had been texting with Mr. Young as of November 3rd, right?
I believe that's what he said.
Well, let's pull it back up, Corey. Let's not guess. Said he had a long time respond. He had already been spoken to Katie Bo, and he deflected. Okay, so you didn't know when he had spoken. When Katie Bo-Lillis had spoken to Mr. Young, right?
I knew that they had spoken, but I'm not sure when they had spoken.
And we're using spoken colloquially. They never talked on the phone, right?
I would understand it to mean they've been in contact.
Okay, so you knew there was some form of communication.
Right.
Did you ever review the communication?
No.
Let's take a look at it quickly. Corey, can you put PX 120 on the screen? And let's go to the message where Ms. Bordeaux tells, I apologize. Katie Bo-Lillis tells Mr. Young that she is a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are. Okay, so Ms. Bordeaux, here we see Katie Bo, this is a text communication between Katie Bo-Lillis and Zachary Young. And this is the extent of their communication. There's initial LinkedIn connection, and then they switch to this iMessage chain or the Signal chain, okay? So Katie Willis tells him, I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where you are. Do you see that on the screen?
I do.
And then Mr. Young asks her, what is the nature of the story beyond Afghan rescue, right? Do you see that there?
I do.
And then in response, can we scroll down to the response? Katie Willis tries to get him on the phone. Let's keep scrolling. And he says, I really would like to understand why you're interested in me, right? And then Corey, can we go to the full message that's cut off there? The next page has the full message, I think. And she responds, we've been doing a series of stories on evacuations and the various different models folks are following to go out. Understand you're working on them too and just want to talk about the lay of the land. Do you see that?
I do.
So Katie Willis never told Mr. Young that there was going to be a story about him, right?
This is the first time I've seen this chain, so.
Well, does that change your opinion then, that 2 hours was enough time?
I would need to know the complete nature of all of the communication. I'm just seeing selected.
Now you say you need a complete picture. Why didn't you need that before now? Why didn't you ask for a complete picture of the situation when you were the triad one? You said, oh, based on just some mention, you said, oh, 2 hours is plenty of time. You never reviewed anything, did you, Miss Boudreau? Nothing. You're just there to make an approval, an NPC, non-playing character. That's all you are in this situation. And then you went on the stand. You have no interest in the actual communications, did you, Miss Boudreau? You were just there to make approval, to make the appearance as if there was an actual triad.
I can't speculate as to that.
I will represent to you, she never tells him there's going to be a story about him. Would that change your mind?
I would need to know whether Alex had any further communication.
Not until November 10th.
Okay.
Does that change your mind?
I need to think about it a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Let me give you a little more context. Corey, can you pull up PX 117? So this is November 3rd. Katie Willis does not disclose this, that he's going to be on CNN. But Corey, can we go to CNN 709? So this is a message from Mr. Marquardt in evidence to Katie Willis on the same day at 3:14 p.m., right?
11:03. Yep.
Yeah, and that's UTC, so it's 5 or 6 hours behind, depending on the date. But it's the same day that Katie Willis reaches out to Mr. Young, correct? 11:03. Would you like to see the other message again?
Right. No, I remember.
Okay. And here, Mr. Marquardt tells Katie Willis in no uncertain terms that Mr. Young is going to be on CNN, right?
Again, this is the first time I have seen this exchange. It looks like a fairly casual conversation, so it would be hard for me to say that as of November 3rd, anybody is making definitive statements of any particular thing for a piece that's still very much in production.
What if that reporter had it out for Mr. Young?
I feel that the finished piece is fair, so
Intent doesn't matter.
I don't know that that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that what I reviewed was the script, and the script to me was fair. The segment as aired was fair.
So let me ask you a little bit more of an abstract question. Do you believe it's fair to give someone 2 hours?
Every witness CNN brings up crumbles, in my opinion. Every single one is a bad witness for CNN.
Comment on a story when they've just found out for the first time that they're going to be on CNN 2 hours before deadline?
So it would depend. Everything is case by case. Much of what we were asking Mr. Young about was about statements that he himself had made publicly. So that's one variable. When I was evaluating my decision, I was relying on.
She just changed her tone. Oh, she's in defensive mode now.
What my colleagues were assuring me of.
Your gut reaction was, whoa, that's tight, right? We saw that email, correct?
Right.
Sorry, the court reporter doesn't pick up. I see you nodding your head, and
No, thank
one
you.
of the formalities of the courtroom.
Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that.
Okay, so your gut reaction was, that's not enough time, right?
Right.
And then Mr. Marquardt said, oh, no, we've been in touch with him for a long time. And you said, oh, okay, fine, right? But now you've seen Katie Willis didn't tell him anything. And while Mr. Marquardt claims he tried to connect on LinkedIn, we've never seen it. And then Mr. Marquardt told you he tried to call, right?
I think that's what he said in the email.
Also on November 3rd. Have you reviewed the call logs between Mr. Young's communications and Mr. Marquardt's communications together? You know, do we have,
No.
If I told you there's no outgoing call from Mr. Marquardt in the evidence and there's no missed call from Mr. Young, does that change your mind about 2 hours being enough time?
I'm taking the time to really think about the different variables. So as I mentioned, on the one hand, we're mostly asking about public statements. On the other hand, we got responses back, which we included. So it seems that 2 hours was enough time.
Well, not to answer the questions Mr. Marquardt gave him. Some other questions. When Ms. Bordeaux, when Katie Lillis was representing that it was just about the lay of the land, right?
From what I saw here today.
Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, CNN's brand is supposed to be about telling true stories to the world, to a global audience, to its global audience, right?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that CNN has a responsibility to tell the truth?
I do.
Is CNN telling the truth if it treats its news as theater?
I don't know what that, I've never heard that statement. I don't know what that statement is.
Can you pull up that video?
Oh, they're going to show her. They're going to show her. Oh,
1 second, Ms. Lacey.
this attorney is amazing. He just winds him in, and then. Oh.
138, PX 138. Can we scroll all the way to the end? Let's keep going a little up. There we go. Can we turn on the sound before we play it? Have you ever seen this before, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux? No?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I think you'd know if you've seen it before.
Okay.
This is Mr. Marquardt trying to first allegedly place a phone call to Mr. Young and not reach him. And it appears in the final video segment you've watched, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, there's a scene in the actual published video segment where Mr. Marquardt's holding the cell phone and he goes, you know, there's a voiceover. We tried to reach Mr. Young, but he didn't pick up our call. Did you ring a bell? Something like that?
Sure.
Okay, and then there's another clip of him like looking like he's staring very intently at the phone. This is the unedited, you know, I don't know what you guys call it, but the behind the scenes footage. The one that, you know, not the parts of it were selected for publication, but this is the unedited reel. And after Mr. Marquardt is looking at his phone and pretending to dial Mr. Young, he puts his phone down and this happens. Corey, can you go ahead and play?
Oh, well. Theater.
Have you seen this clip before?
No.
You'd remember it if you had, wouldn't you?
I don't know that it would stand out to me.
Is all
She said that? Wait. Let's listen to that again.
I don't know that it would stand out to me.
Why wouldn't that stand out to you, Miss Bordeaux? Why wouldn't that stand out to you? Is it because it's standard in CNN with theater? Yes, Gigi says that happens so often, it's common to her. Oh, yep. Oh, every witness the CNN tries to bring forward is a bad witness.
Is all of CNN theater?
Absolutely not. But this is one word. It's clearly a joking tone. Alex is a jovial guy.
He's just pretended to call Mr. Young.
I haven't seen the full video.
Let's rewind it back. Can we rewind to the pretend phone call? Okay. This is the phone call where the phone actually rings. You don't know if he's actually calling Mr. Young. He said he did.
shot just so you can see the name.
Yeah.
So here, Mr. Marker, make sure the cameraman gets his contact name, say Zachary Young. Signal no answer. We can't reach that phone.
Hold it on your hand for a second.
Can you just hold that phone in your hand for a second?
You
can step back.
On the shot.
There is no phone call going on right now. 10 calls.
Okay. They roll on that?
Oh, well.
Theater.
Yeah. Is CNN telling the truth when it treats its news as theater?
I don't think CNN treats its news as theater.
Corey, can we go back to the standards and practices guide we looked at a moment ago, PX 281? Let's go to 1324. We zoom in on CNN reports the news. We don't create it. Staging an event or controlling its course or outcome is unacceptable. See that, Ms. Lacey-Bordeaux?
I do.
You agree with that statement?
I do.
So what was that if not staging?
Take that down for me, Corey. Ms. Bordeaux, you approved this story. I think we covered it, right?
Lacey Bordeaux.
Sorry.
It's all good. It's a long name.
Miss Lacey Bordeaux. I should get it right. I have a difficult name myself. You approved this story after you were satisfied with it, right?
Yes,
And you reviewed the story to make sure it was fair to Mr. Young, correct?
I did.
Let's take a look at just a still photograph. Corey, can you bring up a PX 170? You know what, let's take a look at 20 seconds. Let's play 3 minutes and 13 seconds of the segment to 3 minutes and 35 seconds of the segment.
And deliver. One LinkedIn user posted messages with Young where Young said it would be $75,000 for a car to Pakistan. He told another it would be $14,500 per person to get to the United Arab Emirates or Albania for another $4,000. Prices well beyond the reach of most Afghans.
So, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, throughout this portion, CNN's Chiron on the bottom, that's the banner, right? The Chiron?
Yeah.
It says Afghans trying to flee Taliban face black markets, exorbitant fees, no guarantee of safety or success, right?
Yes.
And during this portion, CNN is displaying in alternating formats Mr. Young's face, Mr. Young's name, and Mr. Young's face and his name, right?
I see that. Yes.
And while the Chiron is still up there, can we go to 3 minutes and 34 seconds?
We got Young's.
With the Chiron, perfect. With the Chiron still up there, Mr. Marquardt makes this phone call, calling Zachary Young. We now see the name on the cell phone. That was the footage we reviewed before, right?
Yes.
Can we go to? Can we just let that play for a minute?
Number and called, but he didn't pick up in a
This
text
is the
message.
fake phone call we watched, right? Right here.
So I heard a phone call ringing.
Right. So there's.
I can't.
Well, you heard a phone call ringing.
Right. And I
And
see
then-
the number on the phone.
Right. And then that ended. You saw
Right.
signal no answer, right?
Right.
And then the cameraman says, "Can you pick up the phone and just stand back here?" Mr. Marker picks up the phone and it's going like this. No phone call ringing, right?
I understand. There's similarly in TV pieces, sometimes you'll see an expert typing on the computer or an expert walking down the hall. We would call this an establishing shot. It's basically B-roll where someone is establishing the thing that's happening. They're an expert. This is their office. In this case, it's B-roll of Alex establishing that.
But he's not making a call.
But he just did make the call.
Well, maybe.
I heard it ringing.
Oh, he made a phone call.
So
I don't dispute that. But did you check the contact name on that phone?
on Alex's phone.
Yeah, on Alex's phone. Did you check what number he actually called?
So I just saw this video for the first time. It is not within my purview or responsibility to be checking the phones of CNN employees for contact numbers.
So you didn't check the contact number on the phone.
No.
She was the triad to make sure that the segment was okay. And it seems like she didn't check any of the facts whatsoever. She got emails where people made statements to her, and that is what she okayed, not the actual facts.
Can we go to 1352, please, Corey? And here we have Mr. Young's face again, right?
Mhm.
And it says Afghans trying to flee the Taliban face black markets again, right?
I see that, yes.
Ms. Bordeaux, isn't it true you have no idea what market Mr. Young was operating in?
Black market is referring to, as I testified earlier, the overall situation in Afghanistan.
Was Zachary Young operating on a black market?
There, to my understanding, you have the demand from the Afghans who are seeking a flight to safety.
Oh.
You have the supply of folks who are advertising their services and no regulation.
Yeah, that is the framed answers to all the CNN employees. Unregulated. That is not the definition of black market. So CNN here is trying to, what do you call it? Lie. That's the word I'm searching for. They're trying to change the meaning of a decades, centuries old definition of black market, which is illegal market. Unregulated, folks, that's a gray market.
Do you recall sitting for a deposition in this case?
I do.
You have a copy?
Oh, and they brought receipts.
Your Honor, may I approach? We'll see here multiple depositions. I think yours, Your Honor, is tab 2. And at that deposition, Ms. Bordeaux, you swore to tell the truth?
Yes.
Like today, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to page 45, lines 1 through 7. May I proceed?
Every damn witness for CNN is a bad witness.
Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, at that sworn deposition, I asked you the following question, and you gave the following sworn answers. Question, was Zachary Young operating on a black market? Answer, so I can't speak to the market that he's operating in or not. I understand we issued a correction and said that black market was an error. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Are you changing your testimony here today?
I don't believe it's a change. I've had more time to look at the piece.
Between giving this testimony here today and giving your testimony in your deposition, have you met with CNN's counsel?
Please send your instruction down.
Yeah, I'll sustain.
So you've come to this realization recently. You had more time since the deposition. Is that fair?
I had more time to review the piece, yes.
Okay, but you were the person, responsible for ensuring that the story was fair. And you approved the story about Afghans facing black markets. The only person named who was providing evacuation services was Mr. Young, right?
That's correct.
And you did that without even knowing at the time what kind of market he was operating on, right?
So I reviewed the script. The banners I saw after the piece aired. I did not review the banners. I think the piece fairly captures the context in Afghanistan at the time.
Oh, no.
No further questions, Your
Honor.
Yeah, Your Honor, very briefly.
Not one
that,
witness for the CNN.
Mr. Friedman showed you a couple of documents.
Not
that you had
one
seen before.
so
First of all,
far.
Yes.
First of all, does any of the documents that Mr. Friedman showed you, does it alter or change your opinion upon the fairness of the piece?
No, I think the piece as published is fair.
If you could put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.2.
Here's what's dangerous, because we've been listening to, throughout my coverage here, we've been listening to all the jury questions. And in my opinion, the jury is not on CNN's side. Now, CNN really doesn't have a choice here. They have to continue with the narrative, because anything else would nuke their ability to appeal this. Because, folks, if they lose and lose big, they will appeal. This trial is not over with this trial. There will be years of appeals going on. But this is what we see now. And CNN is not doing good.
For Ms. Lacey Bordeaux. And this is in evidence. I think this was one of the documents Mr. Friedman was showing you, and you said he was asking you a bunch of questions, and you said you hadn't seen it before. Is that fair?
That's right.
If you
How
go
could
to
you not
page
see it if you're the triad,
5 of
the
this-
fact checker?
And so in the middle, there's a text from Katie Bo-Lillis that says, that's part of what I hope to talk about, the price model. Our understanding is that you're asking for $75K for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15K for a single person to the UAE. That seems exorbitant for folks who clearly don't have that kind of money. Do you see that?
I do.
Was this question one of the issues that was in the segment that was ultimately published?
Yeah,
And Ms. Lillis was asking Mr. Young about it back on November 3rd?
I see that, yes.
If we could go to page 7, Mr. De Meza. And here's another Katie Bo text. So I'm looking at some text exchanges with a potential evac case who you asked if he has a sponsor to cover the $15K cost. And when he didn't, it looks like you ended the engagement. That's not exactly lining up sponsors. Can you point me to some cases where you've successfully connected a sponsor and an evac case? What's your interpretation, if you have one, of what Ms. Lillis is asking Mr. Young?
So like the other one, this is the first time I'm seeing this text message exchange. But what I would understand this to mean is, so in the piece, we're talking about the prices that are outside the reach for the Afghans who need it, either for themselves or for their whole families. We include Mr. Young's statements about needing sponsors to pay for that, to pay for those costs. And so what I understand the question here being is, presumably not everyone who wants to evacuate would have a sponsor readily handy. And so I understand the question to be, if you have a situation like that, someone who comes and says, I would like to use your services, but I don't have the money or a sponsor, is he connecting those people with someone who is willing to sponsor the costs?
If we can go to page 9, the very last message. Mr. Young writes back to Ms. Lillis and says, I do quite a lot, whether they have a sponsor behind them or not. I'm not sure whoever brought me to your attention knows that and has their own motivation for promoting slander. What's slander, is that Lacey Bordeaux?
False statements.
And so this is Mr. Young talking about promoting slander back on November 3rd of 2011.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And again, you've never seen this before.
No, this is the first time I'm seeing it.
I want to show you one other one that I don't think you've seen before. If you can put up DX96. Yeah, it's everyone. It's in evidence. Yep, thank you. It's the cracked screen document. If you can go to page 3. Yeah, and blow up the last one. Thank you. And I take it, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, you've never seen this one before either.
I would remember a cracked screen text message. No, I haven't seen it before.
Katie Bo-Lillis has never shown you her phone.
No.
But the last one says, in any case, and this is Mr. Young writing, the focus of your article seems pretty clear at this point. As you proceed, I would just appreciate it if you would take time to make sure you have your facts right to avoid libel. How do you interpret that? I know that you've never seen this and you haven't seen the text messages before.
I would assume.
This is not a good thing, CNN. Hey, you, whose sole responsibility, employed by CNN, to check facts, to make sure everything is fair. Hey, look at these things you've never seen before. That was the basis of our segment. That's not good.
That, I mean, I wouldn't assume. I mean, he's saying you better be right.
About the article that's being researched and written by CNN.
Sure. Yes.
And he's saying, get your facts right to avoid libel.
Yes.
And libel is?
It would be, I mean, it's a legal term, so I would leave that to the more experts, but it means publishing something that's false.
And this is a conversation that, if we could just go back to the main screen and go up, see if we can grab a date. Go to the page before. Go to the first page. That is for fish. Okay. Well, you don't know when this was, but that's enough. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Lacey-Bordeaux.
Yeah, yeah.
All right,
Good
ladies and
idea
gentlemen,
to
jury,
stop.
if you have any questions for Ms. Lacey-Bordeaux, jot them down. Tear your page out, fold it over.
Now, once we passed through all the days, I will do a separate video with just jury questions, because from day one, so we can see the progress of the jury questions. Okay, skipping ahead.
All right, and for the record, we have several jury questions, and there are no objections to the questions from the parties or the court. So I'll read all the questions from the jurors. Is it normal to review a piece without the banner?
That's a great question. So at CNN, every journalist is responsible for editorial integrity on some level, and every piece of content before it's published is going to be reviewed. So when someone's writing a banner, someone else will be reviewing them. What I do when I'm reviewing a piece is, if I want to see the banners, I will ask to see the banners. I will ask to see any additional posts or headlines that come with it. In this case, I was very comfortable with the script, so I did not ask to see the banners. It's a great question.
The next question may have kind of touched on it a little bit, but the question is, or was the banner removed before your review, for a specific reason?
I didn't ask to see them, and so I didn't see them prior to air.
And this next one, it kind of in the form of a statement, but it seems as though if the banner is part of the final piece, then it should be included for your review.
Yeah, it's a great question / statement. I'm privileged to work with a lot of really talented journalists who I trust. In this case, I felt confident about the script, and so I didn't ask to see the banners.
If the word extremely in red was struck from the broadcast, why was exorbitant left in the banner?
Okay, so I think that question might be referring to the email exchange that Alex was sending to Mr. Young, that Mr. Marquardt was sending to Mr. Young. So I was suggesting removing extremely. It does refer to exorbitant fees in the TV script. I felt very comfortable with that because in all of our reporting, what we were hearing from Afghans who wanted to evacuate their families is that those prices were out of reach to them. So the prices were exorbitant to them. So I felt comfortable with that. And it turned out Mr. Marquardt had already sent that email to Mr. Young. So extremely was posed in a question to Mr. Young.
All right. The CNN guidebook stated, "We don't create the news." What do you understand that statement to mean?
So that's talking about recreations. So in some countries around the world, there may be a norm or a standard where recreations are allowable and just part of the sort of normal journalistic standard. We don't typically do that in American journalism because we don't want anybody to be confused about whether or not something actually happened or not. For that same reason, that's why we label something as AI generated or not. Now in this news, sort of everybody can make things quite quickly. What I was referring to.
Hold on here. Is he admitting on the stand that part of CNN's content is AI generated? I need to listen to that again.
Journalistic standard. We don't typically do that in American journalism because we don't want anybody to be confused about whether or not something actually happened or not. For that same reason, that's why we label something as AI generated or not. Now in this news, sort of everybody can.
Okay, they
make
label it
things
as AI
quickly.
if it is. Okay, now I get it.
What I was referring to in talking about the B-roll is that when you're making a video piece, and for instance, you have an expert, or in Alex's case, Mr. Marquardt's case, he's making a phone call, you might shoot a little bit of extra video where that person is, the example I gave was walking down a hallway or making a phone call where.
Theater. That's theater. You're not actually filming the interview. We saw that with one of the guys who was in the segment where In the segment, it looked like they were walking and talking. No, they only asked for him to walk down the hall to make the impression as if they were walking and talking. And same with the call. He made the call and then he made the fake call to make a better production. Now, I understand that, but it's still theater, the word you don't like.
You're not inventing something that did not happen, but rather you're gathering a little bit of extra video so that you can use it to tell the piece. But like in the case with Mr. Marquardt, he has placed a phone call.
Can you define what an enterprise story is?
Yeah, that's another great question. So sometimes there's news that just happens. So I mentioned the New Orleans terror attack, for instance. That happened. For my colleagues who were on call or working on New Year's Eve into New Year's Day, they start hearing reports of a car driving through pedestrians, right, on Bourbon Street. That's breaking news. Nobody knew that was going to happen. It happens. We spring into action. We get the video. We try to figure out what happened, right? An enterprise story is a story where you, through the process of your reporting and talking to people, in this case, Afghans who were either in the country or who had been relocated, they're talking to journalists and they're saying, hey, there's this thing that's happening and maybe it's a news story. So in other words, it may be heavier investigation, it may not be, but it's making a distinction between a breaking thing that happened that nobody knew was going to happen and then you rush to cover it versus something that you uncover through the process of reporting and talking to people.
This next question kind of has two parts to it. In regards to evaluating fairness, what variables do you consider on the subject's behalf? What questions are you asking yourself?
Fairness is a tricky concept. So what I'm always thinking about is, if this were me or one of my loved ones, would I feel like the piece was fair? And sometimes, sometimes truth can be hard or painful, like in the case of, again, the New Orleans attack that's just on my mind. But you report it because it's true. So I think about time given for reach outs. I think about the context of the piece. I think about sometimes it can be as sort of small as a word choice. So it's a tricky question, and it's one that I wrestle with every day.
When you review a script, do you think it necessary to also see the banners that will accompany the story on air?
It depends. Sometimes I might ask to see the banners and sometimes not.
Do you think that banner text is solely for TV and not part of the script?
That's an interesting question.
That's a good question.
Structurally, it's written differently. Like the show will write the banners typically.
Yeah. Remember defamation by implication, that Depp v. Heard trial. The banner here is like the headline in that article that Mr. Depp sued Amber Heard for. And the jury there, yeah, that's a part of the story. Defamation by implication. And in this case, that banner should be what actually gets the jury to, well, I think the jury is already on their side, but the banner here in that segment is the smoking gun, in my opinion, that they kept it throughout.
You review a script, do you think it necessary to also see the banners that will accompany the story on air?
It depends. Sometimes I might ask to see the banners and sometimes not.
Do you think that banner text is solely for TV and not part of the script?
That's an interesting question. Structurally, it's written differently. Like the show will write the banners typically. So, it may happen at different times. So I don't know actually how to answer that question. It is obviously part of the story, but sometimes the process as it happens separately.
Mr. Axelrod, any follow-up?
Yeah, really just one question quickly to clean something up. I'm going to put up latest exhibit 157, Mr. DeMeza. I think Mr. Macy Bordeaux explained this, but I want to make it really clear. So if you could go down a little bit, and is actually, it's at the bottom of page 1. No, it's actually, hold on a second. Keep going up. Keep going up. Keep going up. I grabbed the wrong page. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Oh, I lost my page. But Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, I think you were explaining, when you made that change to extremely, was that an edit to the story or was that an edit to the list of questions that Mr. Marquardt was sending?
It was an edit to the list of questions Mr. Marquardt was saying.
Okay, so that was an edit to the text of the story.
It was not.
No further questions, Rob.
Mr. Freeman.
Are enterprise stories, excuse me, are enterprise stories time sensitive?
They could be.
Was this one?
I don't know.
So they could have waited a few days.
And then we saw you struck the word extremely from the questions to Mr. Young, right?
Correct.
Why did you then approve exorbitant in the banner?
Yes. So exorbitant, I believe, was in the script.
Right.
Not the banner.
Maybe you're right. You might be right.
There's so many TV terms.
I think there might be a banner with exorbitant, but let's, the same question, whether it's in the banner or in the script.
Sure.
If you struck extremely from the questions,
right.
To me, it seems that you were concerned about that, right? It was too much.
And I think that was the question that the jury was asking.
And
yeah.
So this is to basically follow up on those questions.
Sure.
In a bit more detail.
Sure.
So, you're exactly right. That's why I'm asking you.
Sure. So I felt comfortable with exorbitant in the piece because exorbitant is referring to what the Afghan folks that we spoke to were able to afford, the prices that they felt were doable for them.
So comfortable referring to the prices to the Afghans exorbitant, but not comfortable referring to Mr. Young as extremely.
Right. So in part, I read Alex's email and missed that he had already seen it. So my edit to that email was ultimately did not go through. It was not applied. Extremely was asked. But the reason that I suggested striking it from the questions that we were asking Mr. Young is because the market, there's no sort of like standard price for this thing. And so I felt that by just asking him about his prices in a more straightforward way, it might be a more fair way to ask that question.
So one of the jurors asked whether you had seen the banners or not beforehand, right? And you said you hadn't seen them. But now you've seen the banners, right?
Yes.
Do you still believe the piece is fair?
I do.
And would you approve the piece again today with the banners?
Yeah, I would.
And
Oh,
so are you then feel no need to apologize? CNN has no need to apologize to Mr. Young for the story?
I can only speak for myself.
Do you feel a need to apologize to Mr. Young for your role in the story?
I do not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing wrong.
All right, Ms. Lacey Bordeaux, you can step down.
Thank you.
Understand the lunch is here and it's, well, coming up on 12:25. So we'll take our lunch break for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, just take your notepads and put them in your
okay.
folders.
Let's see if they are
I
talking
gave you.
after the jury's out.
Room. Anything we need to address?
Your Honor, at some point today, Mr. Otto is not coming. At some point today, I would just like to put down a short proffer of what he would have testified to.
All right, we can do that at the end of the day after we let the jurors go.
Sounds good.
I've never heard of this mechanism, so I don't know what it is. We object to it, but I don't know who's proffering or why it's evidence, but so we object.
It wouldn't be to the jury, Your Honor. It would just be
No.
It would just be to make a record of what he would testify to.
I don't know how it's a reliable record. I made my objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, he can make his proffer, note whatever objection based on whatever basis you got.
Yeah, what they are talking about here is sometimes a witness is testifying about something that is not for the jury. It has to do with protecting the appeal. And apparently that's a thing in Florida, that they can submit testimony that for some reason weren't allowed in by the judge or excluded by the judge, but they still put it in as a part of their appeal. So that's just to make a record. So it's nothing strange in Florida, at least, about it. For me, it's strange because they could submit their motions, but not,
All right, anything else?
Not for me.
All right, I'll see y'all back at 1.
Okay, let's skip ahead.
There you are.
Instead, I was reserving on sanctions.
Oh.
Ms. Shulman, your office signed pro hoc vice motions on behalf of the council. And Ms. Freeman, I know there were previous.
Hold on. I will go back a bit. Because I think I need to make a small cut out from this and provide us a video.
Anything we need to address before we get the jurors back?
There you are.
One thing I forgot to mention earlier when we were dealing with the motion, plaintiff's motion before we got testimony this morning, instead I was reserving on sanctions. Ms. Shulman, your office signed pro hoc vice motions on behalf of the council. And Ms. Freeman, I know there were pro hoc vice motions on your side as well. Those that signed those pro hoc vice motions as members of the Florida Bar are responsible for those out-of-town attorneys and their actions here in the court. So just keep that in mind. All right, we can get the jurors in.
Oh, yeah. These two sets of attorneys are in as pro hoc vice, as in people in Northern Florida. This jurisdiction has told the court, yeah, I will vouch for them. And apparently, now this goes for both sets of attorneys. The judge hasn't been very happy with both sets, but CNN's attorneys in particular. So he's just reminding the local attorneys that they are also responsible for what these attorneys have been doing. Yeah. I would assume that the local attorneys, I mean, CNN probably has local attorneys hired, but they brought in these people, and probably so did, I don't know about Mr. Young, but CNN definitely has a local attorney hired, but they wanted this particular attorneys to represent them in court. So yeah, whoever is CNN's local, they might be shitting bricks right now, because if they are also responsible, holy crap. As MD Law says, yep, the local attorney sponsor the pro hoc vice attorneys, so they are responsible for them. Oh, that could be whatever they paid the local CNN attorney. That might be a salary that might go to sanctions. Oh. Now this will probably be handled after all the trials and everything is done. So I don't think that will be a part of this trial in itself.
Ms. Lillis? Is that you?
That's me.
All right. You go by Ms. Lillis?
I go by Kitty Bell or Ms. Lillis or
All right.
whatever you want to call me, sir.
Yeah, why don't you come up and we'll save a little bit more time, and after the jurors get in here, I'll just ask you to stand and face the clerk and take the oath. Go.
Yes, sir.
Ghost asks, what caused the judge to say that reminder? Well, to use better judgment from local attorneys, because if you pull in people who has a habit of getting sanctioned, you might not want to do that. Be very, very careful with who you pro hoc vice in.
And raise your right hand and face the clerk, your next witness.
CNN calls Katie Bowlillis.
Ms. Lewis, if you could stand, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Miss Katie, okay. Let's change the banner.
Have a seat and just position the microphone so it's facing towards your mouth. And y'all ready? All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, sir. So Ms. Lillis, the jury's heard some things about you, but we're going to start at the beginning. Where do you work?
I work at CNN.
And the jury has seen your last name is Williams, but now you're Lillis. Do you want to just quickly explain that?
I got married in 2021 and I took my husband's name.
Okay. So let's start at the beginning. Did you go to college?
I did.
Where did you go to college?
Okay. Always equally bored with, so I'm going to go directly to cross-examination of this witness, because we all already know about CNN and how they try to embellish their witnesses. Okay, so cross-examination. Oh, let's see here. Swampbox XS. Nick, Florida is not playing with attorneys like this anymore. It could be getting banned from pro hoc attorneys, and the signatories may get some more problems like suspension. Okay. So yeah, if you pro hoc, if you as a Florida attorney pro hoc feature in other attorneys and they screw up, like CNN's, you might be in trouble with the bar. Yeah, be very, very careful with who you pro hoc feature in. Now, cross-examination of Miss Lewis, Katie Lewis.
Cross. Good afternoon, Ms. Lillis.
Hi.
So you said you didn't watch the story after it aired, right?
I mean, I watched it several times since, but yeah.
But after it aired.
I could have. I just don't remember.
You were named as a contributor to the story, though, right?
On the print piece, yes.
On the print piece. So your name appeared in the article?
At the very bottom.
Okay. I think you said at one point in direct when we were looking at your messages with Mr. Markart that you weren't sure where you were with your conversation with Mr. Young. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's really important for the story, is for us to see kind of the side by side and what was going on back and forth between you and Mr. Markart and Mr. Young. There's sort of three parties going on, right?
Yeah.
So we prepared a demonstrative where we included those demonstratives. We'll get to that. Let me back up before we get to that demonstrative. I want to spend just a minute leading up to how you got involved in this. I think we covered up this, but Corey, can you pull up PX 87? And this is in evidence. We can publish it to the jury. So this is October 29th. Right? So this is 4 days before the conversations that we just went through. Right? And you reached out to Markart because Phillips, is he your boss or?
He's one of my editors.
So he suggested you reach out, and that's kind of how you got involved in the back and forth with Mr. Young, right?
Yeah, Phillips had said, Alex is working on this story. You may have some sources who can help.
And Mr. Markart writes, I know this market exists. I know a bunch of Afghans have been told they need to pony up major money. What I don't have is someone who actually paid and got out. Just a couple of people who can't afford to start. You personally never found anyone who paid and got out, right?
No, I did not.
You don't know if Mr. Markart found anyone who paid and got out either?
I don't know.
Now, Zach eventually connects with you on LinkedIn. If we can go to the LinkedIn message. Yes. So I think we've got a demonstrative that goes through all your conversations. Corey, can we pull up the demonstrative? Great. Oh, we sent it along this morning.
I got it this morning, yes.
Can we pull the demonstrative back up? Okay. So Ms. Lewis, what we've done is we've got your communications with Zach on the left, and we've got your communications with Mr. Markart on the right. And so you'll see there's a PX 122 in the bottom. That's the plaintiff's exhibit number. And what we've done, because it was a little confusing to follow because the timestamps on the communications were in different times. And so what we've done is you just put everything in Eastern Daylight Time. That's the timeline that DC's in, right?
Yeah.
All right. So Zach initially reaches out. He says, Katie, it's nice to connect. Please let me know if I can assist with any Afghan evacuations requirements. I get requests from journalists stuck in country on a daily basis. Is CNN involved in rescue efforts? And a couple hours later, so this is 3 hours, Markart writes back to you and says, any word from our friend in Austria? Right, indeed. He reached out advertising his services. LOL. You said LOL because you kind of thought it was funny that Zach was reaching out about evacuation.
I like what they did here. They made the side-by-side comparison showing, because it's rough to see that it in a text, because you have to switch between different kind of pictures and screenshots. Here they have a timeline. I like timelines. This is
services.
It's just a little unusual to have somebody try to sell you something as a reporter. Like my job is to ask questions and write stories. So it just was struck me as a little unusual.
It was unusual, not funny.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I was like rolling on the floor laughing. I'm a
Okay.
solid millennial. LOL goes at the end of, almost every text message.
Got it. And a few lines down, if we can go to slide 3. All right. Markart writes, at 8:30 a.m., I'd like to get him to a place where I can call him on camera later today. I'm going to connect with him as well. He eventually does get him on camera, right? A call. Are you aware of the call?
Oh, yes. I believe in the video segment. Yes, he calls. He puts in a call. Yes.
So you understood at this point, it's early in the morning at your time, you're getting your first cup of coffee. You kind of know, end of the day, Markart wants to get a shot of him calling Mr. Young, right?
That appeared to be his plan at the time. Yes.
Okay, and if we can go to slide 4. All right, so I think this is, at this point, you write, Zach, good to connect. So this is the first time you're messaging. Zach, right?
I believe so.
Okay, good to connect. Would love to talk to you a little bit about your operation. Good number to reach you at. He gives you his number. And he says, do you have any requirements which I would be able to assist? So he still thinks, it's your understanding, he still thinks CNN might be interested in evacuations, right?
I also thought it was possible he was trying to feel me out, figure out, exactly why I was reaching out also.
Is there a particular message that caused you to feel that way?
No, I just thought it was a possible interpretation.
You thought it was a possible interpretation. Okay. Can we go to slide 5, please? You write, hey, Zach, Katie Bowe here. I'm stuck covering some hearings. Can you chat at 12:30? And Zach writes, hey, hi, Katie. Unfortunately, I'll be tied up for most of the day. Can circle back tomorrow on Friday. Do you have any requirements? So again, he asks you, do you have any requirements? And you still understood at that point him to be referring to evacuations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified, and so at this point, I think PX 120, we're on Signal now, right?
I believe so, but I don't have you're showing me I don't have my original record in front of me, but
You eventually switched to Signal.
yes, I think this is at the moment which we
Yep.
switched to Signal.
And here, we'll just, Your Honor, my approach is so she has the exhibits in front of her in case you know what he's got.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, I'm just going to give you a copy just in case you need to look at it.
Thank you.
So this is what we have on the left side of the screen, and this is what we have on the
Okay.
right hand of the screen.
I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Ms. Lillis, you testified in direct that you were open to the idea of hearing, hold on. Oh, you said, so we're talking about the Signal messages. I want to back up for a second. You said that it's standard operating procedure for you to have all of your Signal messages delete after 1 week.
Yes.
That doesn't make you shady, right?
No, I think that makes me trustworthy for the people who are talking to me.
Doesn't mean, just because you have self-deleting messages doesn't mean you're doing anything illegal, right? So you tell Markart, what's your deadline? He wants to chat tomorrow. Markart writes back, today would be better. This won't run this week. Can we flash forward? Can we go to slide 7, please? So you write back, we're actually working on some reporting relating to ongoing efforts to help get Afghans out of the country. And your name came up in a couple conversations we've had recently, hoping to ask you a little bit about your operation. Zach writes back, yes, I've heard CNN was asking about me, which is why I connected. I thought perhaps you needed assistance rescuing Afghans. Says, I'd rather not be named in any report. So at this point, Zach didn't want to be named in a report, right?
Yes.
And if we could go to the next slide. So this is the point of the conversation. You offer an off-the-record call. He says, sure, if you will agree, I won't be named in any article. And you say, I can't promise that in advance, but if you do agree to speak off the record, that guarantees that any of the reporting we have won't reflect that you spoke to us. And I think this is the point. You say he's real leery, and so we're looking at what you said to Markart.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to talk to him off the record right now. Markart says, wait, hold up. What does that get us? What was your understanding of why Markart had a problem with the off-the-record conversation?
I think we were just sort of having a conversation about, if this does become a story, right? Like if we obtain enough information where we do eventually report something, your reporting is in a stronger position if it has on the record comments from different people that you have spoken to.
So you don't know at this point whether or not Zach's going to end up in the story?
No, we do not.
Okay. And you're right, I can't promise that in advance, but if you do agree, that guarantees that any reporting we won't have reflect that you spoke to us. So you're explaining to him the ground rules of off the record, right?
Correct.
Can we go to the next slide? And so now you start kind of strategizing with Marquardt about what to say to him, right? And so you write at 9:51, I said what we talked about on the phone. I want to talk about your operation. So you're telling, the reason you're putting that in quotes is you're sort of copy pasting what you're sending to Zach and then copy pasting that into your chat with Marquardt.
I wouldn't say I was copy pasting. In this instance, what I'm saying is that I'm saying what Alex and I had spoke. I am telling Alex that I am saying to Mr. Young what Alex and I had discussed how we were going to approach him.
So why are you putting it in quotes?
Just to, indicate like that's, roughly what I'm going to say, or that's,
Okay, can we go to slide 10? Okay, Marquardt responds. So I think at this point, you think he knows, you say now he knows it's for reporting. 9:51.
Yes.
Marquardt responds, does he? Talking about the operation could mean we need people out. So Marquardt still might think that Zach still thinks this is about evacuations, right?
He's just a beat behind in the conversation, essentially.
Got it. And you sort of bring him up to speed there. He wouldn't gotten on the phone until I answered directly. And I couldn't lie to him, obviously. Marquardt says no. And he says I've seen him shut people down immediately if they don't have sponsors for money. We eventually see some of those messages, right?
Yes.
All right. And you can't mislead Zach in this conversation, right? You can't lie to him. You can't mislead him.
I can't lie to him about who I am or why I'm reaching out to him, which is for the
You
purpose.
can lie to him about other things.
Well, I wouldn't, but
So you can't lie to him.
I can't lie to him. Yes.
Okay. Can we go to slide 11? All right. And this is where you comment what a shitbag, and that's because of the messages that Marquardt. He hasn't shared them with you yet, but you think he's a shitbag at this point.
Yes, I'm responding. In this instance, I am responding to what Alex has just told me about he'll shut people down if they don't have sponsors to pay. That's
Okay.
what I'm responding.
So you're calling him a shitbag for following the law. Did she just say that? So Mr. Marquardt tells her he's shutting people down if they don't have sponsors. So he's following the law. He does not conduct inhuman trafficking. Now, with that commentary, that he does not work in the black market. And you call him a shitbag for doing it. Let's just go back a few seconds.
He's a shitbag.
Listen to that again.
Yes, I'm responding. In this instance, I am responding to what Alex has just told me about he'll shut people down if they don't have sponsors to pay. That's
Okay.
what I'm responding to with.
Okay. Do you still think Zach is a shitbag, or?
I think shutting people down when they don't have money to pay is a pretty shitbaggy thing to do.
Understood. And
She has no idea what she's saying, is she? She's actively telling in open court under oath that she believes Zachary Young's conduct following the law, only addressing people who have sponsors, to not be regarded as a human trafficker. She thinks that shit makes him a shitbag. This is more or less CNN saying, we like human trafficking, in my opinion.
Alex writes, can you keep just saying we can talk on the phone? You say I am. But if I can earn some trust here, you could cold call. He writes, yeah, for sure. And so then we go back over to the left side of the screen. This is you. I think trying to earn some trust, you say, Zach, it offers you the opportunity to understand what we're working on and make sure we have the story straight and to make your case to keep your name out of it. So you tell him you can keep your name out of it here, right?
I tell him if he gets on the phone with me and we have an off-the-record conversation, I'm telling him that he can make his case to keep his name out of it. I am in no way guaranteeing that he can keep his name out of it.
Because there's no guarantee his name's going to be in the story at this point.
Correct.
and you tell him, I'm a straight shooter. I'll be frank with you about where we are, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to slide 12? So here he goes. Zach responds, what's the nature of the story beyond Afghan rescue? There are lots of people involved in these efforts past few months. What's your interest in me specifically? You write back 15 minutes later. Let's speak on the phone tomorrow. I can run you through all of that. You don't tell him the details of the story at this point, right?
No, I was hoping to do that on the phone.
Not by text?
No, I prefer to have that kind of conversation on the phone because I think you lose nuance and tone.
No, that means that you don't want a paper trail of promises to avoid legal repercussions. That is what that means.
Over text.
And he writes, I think we've seen this a few times. There's a typo. I'd rather understand why the interest in me specifically before we speak. So Zach has asked you twice at this point why the interest in him, right? He's asking you for why.
Yes, yeah.
You don't tell him that over text, right?
Well, eventually I do. I'm very specific in a few messages down from this.
And you don't tell him that he's 100% going to be on CNN, right?
And no, at that point I didn't know whether he was or wasn't.
You don't tell him that he's going to be the example of someone operating in a black market?
At that point I didn't know whether he was or wasn't.
And Ms. Lewis, using a cover when reporting on a story is against the ethical rules of journalism?
Using a false identity would be against the ethical rules of journalism. So if that's how you're defining cover, then yes, that would be against the ethical rules of journalism. In the context in which in the context in which I used it, that was not what I was referring to. I wasn't referring to using a false identity or misrepresenting who I was.
Okay. And you would never hide your identity reporting on a story?
No.
Okay. So let's keep going. Slide 13, please. So Mr. Markhart writes, just got to the office. If the cover is blown, I say we just approach it gently and say we've been doing stories on evacuations. We can point to all we've done and understand that he's working on them too. And we want to know the lay of the land. You're right. Alas, I think our cover was blown when we made the initial outreach. So there's some form of cover going on here, right?
We're having a discussion about how to handle the initial outreach to Mr. Young, but I wouldn't, again, I would very much emphasize that cover here is not referring to a misrepresentation of who we are.
Now, you testified on your direct about what you meant by the word cover, right? Do you recall at your deposition not knowing what you meant by that word?
No, but.
Okay, so would it help to see your deposition to refresh your recollection? I think, are there binders in front of you up there?
Deposition transcripts.
That's it. Yes, we left them. Let me just make sure this is the right
And
one.
they show up with receipts.
Yes.
Oh,
Here you
she's
go.
biting her fingernails.
These
She
are
is so
the
worried. She doesn't remember her deposition. Folks, if you try to hide something, or if you try to lie about something, be very sure you actually remember what you lie about. Because if you're telling the facts and the truth, you don't have to worry about if you said in the deposition is different from what you are telling the jury under oath at trial.
And if you could go to page 153, line 13.
Yes.
Okay, can you read your answers 13 through 16?
What did you,
Read them to yourself.
oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay, so at your deposition, you didn't know what you meant by the word cover, right?
No, I obviously didn't recall in the moment.
In the moment, okay, but you now have an understanding of what you meant by the word cover?
I think so. I mean, it's been, look, you are asking me to recall events that took place, 3 years ago now? And, I probably wasn't expecting this question and hadn't had a minute to think about it in the context of the deposition. And I've obviously thought about it since because I was asked in my deposition, so.
Okay, and now you have a better understanding of what you were meant there?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay. Ms. Lillis, isn't having a cover the opposite of being a straight shooter?
I mean, what we have quite literally said here is that we don't have a cover. In fact, the words used are, I think our cover was blown. So like there is no cover here. I'm just
So
telling you who I am.
at one point, once your cover was blown, you weren't being a straight shooter before that? I'm trying to.
I was a straight shooter. I would argue that I was a straight shooter with him all the way through my conversation. Did I ultimately tell him more at the end of the conversation than I told him in my very, very first text message to him? Absolutely. But at no point did I misrepresent who I was or that I had questions about his business model.
Okay. Can we take that blow up down? And let's go to slide 14, please. So you write, he knows he's doing something shady, though, clearly. And then Marquardt writes, I just say hit him with it. We understand that you are asking for $75,000 for a vehicle to Pakistan. And those quotes. So there, Marquardt's telling you what to say to Zach, right?
He's suggesting a question, yes.
Okay. And you say, I'll do that if he says no to the soft pedal approach. I've been super light touch and friendly. His reticence tells me something. Like the other folks working evacs can't wait to talk to you. You know, and you talked about sort of that urgency from other evacuation services on your direct, right? Mm-hmm. Did it ever occur to you? Did it ever occur that maybe he doesn't want to talk because he's using discretion to allow his clients to make the decision on whether or not their evacuations are talked about publicly?
It occurred to me that there could be very, very good reasons why he didn't want to talk about his business. I wouldn't say that I had sort of specific ideas in mind what those very good reasons were, but it certainly occurred to me that his reasons might have been good. It's why I offered to talk to him off the record.
Okay. And so same time that Marquardt sends you that and you say you're going to do the soft pedal approach, you do the soft pedal approach. You're right. We've been doing a series of stories on evacuations and the various different models folks are following to get paid out. Understand you're working on them too and just want to understand the lay of the land. You didn't report on any other evacuation. CNN didn't report on any evacuation models in the story, right?
I'm sorry, I'm struggling to remember. I didn't write the story, so I'd have to look at the whole story again, to be honest with you.
Okay. Well, sitting here right now, you don't remember if the story had any other models besides Zach's?
Well, I'm quite certain it mentioned, widespread efforts to get Afghans out of the country. There were lots and lots of people doing this, and I'm pretty sure the top talked about like SIV.
Zach was the only operator mentioned?
Of the private operators, yes. He was in a story that was discussing private operators who were apparently using a for-profit model. While the story mentioned several operators, his is the only one who was named. Yes.
And can we go to slide 15, please? Okay, so here, Marquardt, let's focus on the right. Marquardt writes, eventually we need to hit him hard with it and let him know that we have many texts that he sent to people with all his outrageous prices, and we plan to report both his name and what he said to people, including calling one American activist a bad word. And you write, yes. And then Marquardt writes, so he's going to be on CNN. You write, yes, 100%. So you didn't write back, there's a strong chance he's going to be on CNN. You said there's 100% a chance he's going to be on CNN.
I also immediately said, but don't you think we ought to try to talk him into actually talking first?
But you said, I understand, but you said, when Marquardt says he's going to be on CNN, he doesn't say there's a chance he's on CNN, and you say 100%.
I mean, at that point, in fairness, we were beginning to, I'm beginning to see some of these text message exchanges that Alex had that I didn't. And I was becoming convinced that his conduct was newsworthy.
You were
in
100%
real
sure
time.
he was going to be on CNN at this point.
I wouldn't take that as a literal statement, honestly.
Okay. Would you take Marquardt's statement as a literal statement?
He seemed a little further down the track in his reporting than I was, but he had more reporting than I did. He had obtained all of these contemporaneous conversations in between Mr. Young and potential clients, and I didn't have all of that reporting. I'm just talking to Mr. Young, so I'm basically operating off of, at this point, what I'm hearing from my trusted colleague Alex, who has a lot more reporting than I do, and the conversations that I was having with Mr. Young.
So he's further on down the road than 100%.
No, I said he's further on down the road than I am. Right? He has more reporting than I do at this moment in the conversation.
You're 100% sure he's going to be on CNN at this point.
I'm indicating broad agreement with Alex, broad trust, I should say, in Alex's reporting.
Can we go back to slide 12, please? Can you go either up one slide or down one slide? Yeah, here. So just an hour and 15 minutes earlier, you told them, I'm going to give you a chance to make your case to keep your name out of it. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
hour and 15 minutes later, you're 100% sure he's going to be on CNN.
Well, in between the message from me and the message to, I would say two things. In between the message that I sent Mr. Young and the exchange between me and Alex had sent me more reporting, and he had also told me, I've seen him shut people down immediately if they don't have sponsors for money, which is the message immediately before I call him a shitbag. So I'm responding to the reporting that I'm receiving in real time, which was making me increasingly believe that his conduct was newsworthy. I would also say that when I tell him, I'm going to give you the opportunity to make your case, to make a case to keep your name out of it, that offer remains open. But at this point, he has still declined to take advantage of that offer.
You tell him you're a straight shooter?
Well, we weren't on the phone. I told him I was a straight shooter, but I said, let's get on the phone. And he didn't get on the phone. I said, let's get on the phone and I will tell you where we are and we will have a fulsome conversation about this. And he declined that opportunity.
Were you being a straight shooter with him over the texts?
I would argue that telling him an off-the-record conversation would offer you the opportunity to understand what we're working on and make sure I have the story straight and make your case to keep your name out of it. I don't know how to be any more clear than that.
Okay, well, let's go back to slide 15. You could have told him that Mark Hart had decided he's going to be on CNN, right? That would have been pretty clear. That you had 100% decided he was going to be on CNN.
At this point, my goal is to get him on the phone and to get him to talk to me and to explain his business model to me. And taking a less confrontational approach to that seemed to me to be the most productive way to encourage him to talk to me. And if there was a good case to be.
In my opinion, what she is trying to do in those text messages is to get information they can use in the segment to nail him. Has nothing to do with, oh, if he only provides us information, then we will remove him from the segment. No, the goal was always to get information they could use in the segment. And when he refused and apparently caught on to what they were about to do, he said, if you don't get this right, there are going to be legal repercussions. And they didn't care. They went with it all the way. And here are the legal repercussions.
Be made to keep his name out of it to do so.
So you're willing to say whatever you needed to get him on the phone? I'm struggling here because you're telling us, Mark Hart's telling you he's going to be on CNN. You're right 100%. And so are you just trying to tell him whatever you need to tell him to get him on the phone at this point?
No, I'm trying to encourage him to talk to me so that he can answer some questions. My goal is to get the complete story. My goal is to understand. My goal is to, if possible, find the truth. And the best way that I can do that is by talking to him directly. Asking him questions is my sole goal.
And you thought that it would be counterproductive to your sole goal by telling him he's going to be on CNN?
I mean, we didn't have a story written at this point. Like,
You say 100% he's going to be on CNN.
is there a question?
The question is, I'm trying to understand why you're being a straight shooter. If you're offering him the chance, why are you telling Mr. Marquardt he's 100% going to be on CNN?
As I said to you a moment ago, I wouldn't take that as a literal statement. I'm saying to Alex here, look, I trust your reporting. You seem like you have a lot of reporting here that we are headed in that direction, but we're not there yet.
Should we take the straight shooter comment as a literal statement?
Yes.
Ms. Lillis, you testified in direct that you were open to the idea of hearing out the facts that would make this newsworthy, right? Testified that in your line of work, getting the full story is important. So Zach trusts, at this point, he does trust your representations. He says, okay, I'd be happy to talk and help you understand what's actually been effective and what is not, but would still prefer to not be named in the article as a condition to talk to you. I know many out here adore the attention, but I'm not one of them. So again, he says, look, I'd like to talk, but as a condition, I'd like to keep my name out of it. Again, you don't tell him that. At least one of your colleagues has decided his name's going in it at this point, right?
I don't, I'm not inside Alex's brain, but as I said, he appeared to be more confident at that, he appeared to be confident at that point that he had enough reporting that this was probably going to turn into a story, but it was not a story yet.
So you didn't feel you needed to tell Zach where you were in the reporting?
At that point, no.
Okay. And even though the first thing Mr. Marquardt tells you in the morning is that he wants to get to a point by the end of the day where he calls him on camera. You
Yeah.
didn't tell Zach that,
to
right?
talk to him.
On camera.
Sorry, please, could you ask that question one more time?
Right. You're saying still don't know whether or not you're going to be on. You're still truth gathering,
Mhm.
but you don't tell Zach that Mr. Marquardt's already decided he's going to call you on camera at the end of the day. You don't tell Zach that, right?
I mean, I don't really think we're there yet, because Alex, as Alex says, I would like to get to a place where I'm calling him on camera at the end of the day, but
Okay. Let's go to page 16. You write, LOL, he's trying to pull the, I want you to promise you won't name me in any article as a condition for talking. Sorry, my dude. You thought it was funny that Zach didn't want to be named in the story?
no, I wouldn't say funny.
This,
Sorry,
this
I
is
am.
another
this is
offhanded
a-
LOL.
Yeah, this is a solidly millennial LOL.
Millennial LOL.
I was indicating that it was not an offer that I would entertain, or it was not a request that I would entertain.
Okay. But you were sorry, my dude. What's
I was indicating like, no, I would not do this.
Ray, after you said 100% he's going to be on CNN? We can go back a page.
No, I just, let me see where I am in the full conversation here. Yes, right after I say, but don't you think we ought to try to talk him into actually talking first? And now, okay, I'm caught up.
All right. So I guess Marquardt doesn't get your millennial humor. He says that's really funny. He's responding to your LOL.
He's responding to the suggestion that that I might promise somebody that they wouldn't be named in an article.
He writes, well, then if he wants to go off the record, then fine. But of course, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm going to have to just text him the hardball questions. Great. Then I'll try to call him on camera. Oh, so there was a decision at this.
Yes, at this point, we've created a plan to try to obtain some reporting here.
You created a plan to get him on camera.
Yes, Alex is saying, okay, I'm going to call this guy on camera later this afternoon.
Between 8:30 and 11:30, you created the plan to get him on camera.
Yes, insofar as I think you can call this a plan, but yes.
He says he's going to call. I mean, those are your words, not mine.
Yeah. I'm agreeing.
Okay. Slide. Can we go to slide 22, please? Okay, so here's where you start hitting them with the hardball questions. 12:54, so we're an hour and a half later. You write them. That's part of why I hope to talk about the price model. Understanding is you're asking for $75,000 for a vehicle to Pakistan and around $15,000 for a single person to the UAE. That seems exorbitant for folks who clearly don't have the money. And he writes, pricing always depends on the local resource. So he's pretty responsive to this. 5 minutes later, he writes, pricing is always dependent on local resource availability. No Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able to. Rather, we focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support those Afghans most likely in need. The kill list. You gave this information to Mr. Marquardt?
I don't recall. I assume I assume so. I think I gave him everything out of these exchanges.
Okay.
At some point or another.
Zach tells you no Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
You gave that information to Marquardt, Mr. Marquardt.
Yes, I assume so.
That doesn't make its way into the segment, does it?
No Afghan is ever expected to pay for evac costs.
Yeah.
Well, the segment says very clearly that Mr. Young was trying to get corporate sponsors to pay, not the Afghans directly.
The segment doesn't say that Afghans face exorbitant pricing. The segment says corporate sponsors face exorbitant pricing.
Well, the Afghans are still the ones facing the exorbitant prices. The question is who's paying it on the other end.
And the segment in your mind says that very clearly?
The segment, talks about corporate sponsors, as does the story.
Okay.
Are you sure?
So he said we focused on aligning corporate sponsors who have the resources to support those Afghans. So you reported that in the story?
I didn't. I'm not. By the time we get to the creation of the story and the video segment, I'm not involved.
Oh, so you don't know whether or not that was reported in the story?
Well, I mean, I've read it since then
And-
several times, but so but as a reader, I would say I wasn't involved in the construction of the.
Does the story include this response from Mr. Young?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. Does the story say that Mr. Young is focused on corporate sponsors?
I'd have to go back through and read the whole story, but it is my understanding that both the print piece and the digital piece talk about the corporate sponsors being.
And they talk about that. And Mr. Young said the story says, under your understanding, that no Afghan is expected to pay for evacuation costs.
I have no idea whether that's quoted specifically, if that's what you're asking me. Sorry, I'm a little confused with the question you're asking me.
I'm asking you, does the story say that no Afghan is expected to pay for evacuation costs?
I would have to read it again.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not the story says that.
I guess I don't. I guess I don't.
Okay.
Every damn witness for the CNN just crumbles on cross-examination. Crumbles.
Can we go to slide 25, please? Or 23? Oh, you're actually right. This is interesting. He claims pricing always depends on local resource availability, and at any given time in an highly unstable environment, no Afghan is expected to pay for evac costs. None would ever be able. Rather, we focused on aligning corporate sponsors. You found Zach's response interesting.
I did.
You would have liked that to be included in the story.
I wouldn't say that at all. I wasn't involved in the putting together of the story, so
You found it newsworthy.
I found it interesting and worthy of additional questions.
Did you find it newsworthy? You don't know.
I'm not there yet. Yeah. I'm not, at that point, I'm not there yet. I guess as far as I had more questions.
When did you decide it was newsworthy?
I didn't decide it was newsworthy at all, in the sense that I didn't write this story. So imagine me as the very, very early, sort of participant in the putting together of this story, and not the guy who's ultimately putting the cake in the oven, if that makes sense.
Are you distancing yourself from the story?
No, not at all.
Can we go back to slide 22? So, so at the time that, right before Zach sends you this, when Mr. Marquardt says, some would say, at best, the prices you are demanding are outrageous, even predatory. At worst, that you are scamming them. And Mr. Marquardt's putting that in quotes again, so that you said that to Zach?
He's suggesting language for a question.
Okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right. And Zach responds as right after you write to Mr. Marquardt at 101. When we can ensure delivery for less, we do, but it always depends on the local environment, which is dynamic and incredibly challenging. 1 minute later, you copy and paste that to Mr. Marquardt. And Mr. Marquardt responds, he's playing cleanup, looking for screen grabs where he told Afghans how much they would pay, focused on aligning corporate sponsors. He's telling Afghans that unless they have money, he won't help. So Mr. Marquardt sort of not believing anything Mr. Young is saying at this point, right? He's not taking Mr. Young's side of the story.
I interpreted him as being skeptical, yes.
Okay. He already kind of made up his mind.
You would have to ask Alex that.
Okay. Is it your understanding that he's already made up his mind?
It was my understanding that he was skeptical.
So can we go to slide 25, please? All right, so this is where Mr. Marquardt starts sending you the screenshots. We've already looked at a number of these. Go to slide 27, please. So this is the first time you're seeing the screenshots, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of, when you called him a shit bag earlier, you hadn't seen any of these screenshots, right?
I was responding to Alex's description of his own reporting.
Okay, and you respond here, whoa, so you're sort of taken aback from the screenshots, right?
Yes, I certainly was taken aback by these screenshots, yes.
You thought this was newsworthy?
I thought that these screenshots added to a growing picture of that I was beginning to get of Mr. Young.
Okay, and if we can go to slide 28. Okay, so now you tell him this is where you kind of reveal to him that you got some screenshots, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You tell him I'm looking at text exchanges. We've read that. We read that on your direct testimony. And Marquardt saying a fair question. He's, I think, still giving you some questions. His fair question is whether he's making money off this. You tell Mr. Marquardt just ask that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We go to slide 29. So this is where Mr. Marquardt sends you the run for the border screenshot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
just pausing a bit here for this comment by Libby. Zachary Young did more for Afghans than CNN did. They probably are responsible for shutting down the system he had in place and people dying. I agree. What CNN did with their 4-minute segment probably cost a lot of lives. People who Zachary Young could have saved were not saved. Other people trying to do what Zach did, or even doing what Zach did, might have shut down because of this hit piece, because they called it a black market, as in illegal, which you could get punished for in American law. And so, yeah, there's a strong possibility that this hit piece by CNN cost a lot of lives, in my opinion. And other
You testified on direct.
and other hotspots in
that
the world.
You found this particularly offensive, correct? Do you know what Mr. Lerner is an American?
I don't know who he is.
Okay. You didn't, sitting here today, do you understand he's not an Afghan?
I mean, with the name David Lerner, I would assume not.
Okay. And do you understand that shortly after this exchange, Mr. Young blocks him?
Yes,
You understood that at the time?
that was my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. Can we go to slide 30, please? So Markhart's telling you, looks like he blocks people pretty quickly, have them run for the border themselves. And this is where you say, wow, this guy's an asshole. Audible. You say audible question mark, right? And that's because in the previous slide, Zach represents, he's been doing work for Audible, right?
Yes.
You found that interesting.
Yeah, I was, just because I was surprised that Audible had offices in Afghanistan. They're an audiobook company. So I just didn't know that. So that's what I'm reacting to there.
You never contacted Audible to give Zach's claim of working with them to evacuate women was correct?
Alex may have, but I didn't.
Okay.
So you, as a reporter for CNN, knew about Audible, and you no interest whatsoever in checking. Hey, Audible, we heard you help women. You help women get out of Afghanistan. Is that correct? And they might have said, we can't comment on the specifics, but we do the best we can to ensure the safety of our clients or whatever. She didn't care. Not one bit. Because if she had contacted them, that might have ruined the story. She didn't. None, in my opinion, none of the CNN employees involved in this cared about Afghans. Not one. They didn't care about the dozens that Zachary Young saved. They don't care about Audible trying to get people out. They were only interested in writing about it in as an inflammatory way as possible to sell clicks, to sell ads. Because, ooh, it's bad what they're doing. They are profiting from it. Boo. And by doing this, as I said a minute ago, CNN probably, their conduct here, cost lives. Making people shut down these kind of operations, saving people. People who then were desperate enough to go to human traffickers.
Sitting here today, you don't know whether or not Alex reached out to Audible?
I don't.
Okay, he didn't.
Objection.
So you testified.
I'm not a body language guy. this tells me she knows she screwed up. She can see this a mile away. She's slumping over. She's biting her nail. Yeah.
That you were looking to give him a chance to give you evidence to change your mind. You testified that on direct that if he gave you something, you would have absolutely followed up with it, right? Okay, but you didn't follow up with Audible to see if he was doing work with Audible?
As I said, Alex may have, but I did not. My role in this story truly was cabined to really this exchange.
You said on direct that if he gave you information that would change your mind, you absolutely would have followed up.
That wasn't my information. That screenshot went to Alex. It was Alex's. So I wouldn't.
It was information about Zach.
Right, but again, my role in this was the conversation that I had with Mr. Young. This was Alex's story. It was broadly I don't intend to pass the buck here, but this was his story. It is his name that appears at the top of it. So like he would have done most of that reporting, and I would have trusted him.
On direct, you said if you had information on, you would have absolutely followed up on it.
If I had had a conversation myself with Mr. Young, and he had given me a piece of information that was worth following up on, then I would have followed up on it. But I never had that conversation.
So if you received that screenshot from Mr. Young, you would have called Audible.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. And if Mr. Marquardt didn't call Audible, that'd be a problem?
I wasn't involved in that part of the reporting, so
Would it have been bad reporting if Mr. Marquardt didn't contact Audible?
I don't know what additional reporting that he did to confirm, different pieces of this, and so I just don't. I'm not really able to answer that question.
Okay.
But you had the knowledge. Why didn't you ask him, are you going to follow up on that? You did nothing.
You said you weren't on direct, you weren't aware of anyone who's making money off evacuations, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware that the airlines that were flying in and out of Afghanistan were charging money?
I mean, yeah, I would assume that airlines coming in and out of Afghanistan there would be costs associated with that. That's part of the cost of evacuations is.
And the airlines would be profiting, right?
I don't know what their models were.
You didn't look into this, the airlines, right?
No, I did not.
Would it surprise you that it cost $750,000 to get an airplane out of Afghanistan?
An airplane. I honestly don't have any basis for that knowledge, but I would note that a lot of people that were being evacuated from Afghanistan were going by car, not airplane, because there simply weren't a lot of planes going in and out of Kabul at the time the airport was shut. So.
Okay, and if you can go to slide 31. Okay, at the bottom there, he writes, I don't mind telling him that we are telling the story of Afghans being told to pay outrageous amounts, and he's an example of that. You never told Zach that, right?
I did not personally, no.
Okay.
Not in the conversation that I had with him.
Not in it. You just had the one conversation with
Yeah,
him.
I just had the one conversation with him.
And you didn't tell him.
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Not at any point.
No, yes, not in the conversation that I had with him.
Okay. Can we go to slide 32, please?
They are
Zach
ruining
writes,
her.
We'll leave it with the recent
Absolutely
sponsors
ruining
whom
her.
you have already reached out to decide if they would like to provide comment. I hope they do, but I will honor their wishes. So Zach here thinks that you have reached out to sponsors, right?
He seems to, but again, I have no basis of knowledge.
And you didn't feel the need to correct them?
I didn't know that those reach outs hadn't happened, right? Like Alex had clearly done an enormous amount of reporting that I wasn't privy to all of it.
So you felt it was fine to leave them with the impression that you had reached out to sponsors?
Obviously, I did because I didn't know whether those had or hadn't happened.
And you're right. We're not in any rush. Getting it right is why I'm talking to you. Let me rephrase this question. Can you explain why it costs $75,000 for a single vehicle to get to Pakistan, $15,000 to UAE? How does the math work? So you're right. We're not in any rush. Getting it right is why I'm talking to you. You never followed up with Zach to tell him when the story was going to run, right?
I personally did not. It is my understanding that Alex had engagements with him after this.
When they were in a rush, right?
I wasn't a part of those engagements, so I can't tell you.
Okay, and Zach, if we could go to
Do you know what a honey trap is? That is when a woman is playing nice to a man to get information in the spy world, at least. This is the equivalent in the journalism world. She's there to contact this guy to extract information, being the honeycomb. And once her job was done, she effed off. And then in came Alex. So yeah, this is, yeah. That's her role. Being the nice lady to extract information so others can come in for the kill. That seems to be her responsibility in this.
Slide 37. So here, Zach sends you a number of screenshots. So this is 7 minutes after the conversation we just looked at. He writes, I do quite a lot, whether they have a sponsor behind them or not. I'm sure whoever brought me to your attention knows that and has their own motivation for promoting slander. Again, please make sure you have your facts aligned before taking a few text messages and running with it. I think here, if you zoom in on the screenshots, please. There's a Ken McCoy. Did you pass these communications along to Mr. Marquardt?
Yes, and that name, and suggested that he reach out.
You never tried to contact Mr. McCoy?
No, I handed that over to Alex.
You don't know whether or not Mr. Marquardt ever tried to contact Mr. McCoy?
Don't know.
Okay. You never tried to follow up on any of the information that Zach provided you here?
That information I passed along to the primary reporter on the story, Alex Marquardt.
Right, but you said on direct, if you were given additional info, you absolutely would have followed up.
Which is what I did. I passed it along to the primary reporter. We were operating.
That's not following up. Oh.
Under the same organizational umbrella. So to me, that is following up on something. Like I'm
passing it along to somebody else?
providing it to a reporter who is the primary reporter on this story.
So you kind of, did you ever check with Mr. Marquardt to make sure he did follow up?
No, I trust Alex, and this was his story.
So you put your trust absolutely in Mr. Marquardt to follow up?
He's a very good journalist.
Okay. Are you aware that he never did follow up with Mr.
I don't
McCoy?
know one way or the other.
You don't know. Okay. Now, the segment didn't report on any of the Zach's successful evacuations, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
It didn't help report on any of his efforts to actually help Afghans?
I wasn't involved in putting it together, so my memory is not going to be as.
Okay, can we go to slide 40, please? So I think, Mr. Marquardt here is expressing some disbelief on the numbers, right? You guys were very focused on understanding his numbers.
Yes, that was a primary goal for us.
And he writes, this whole convo has been like this, which I think is why I'm wondering if he's kind of making it all up. And this is where Mr. Marquardt writes, it's your funeral, bucko. You write total amateur hour, ha bucko. Is that just sort of a millennial, ha?
I just thought the word bucko was funny, especially coming from Alex.
Okay. You said in your direct testimony that when talking with the subject of your story, you want to establish trust.
Mm-hmm.
By misleading them, that's how you establish trust with the source?
I disagree with your characterization that I was misleading him. I ultimately asked him extremely direct questions that indicated precisely what we were interested in learning.
You said on direct that one party is more, that typically in stories, one party is more vulnerable than the other, right?
Yeah.
Is that sort of another way of saying typically need a villain for a story?
No.
You also said on direct, you catch more flies with honey. Do you think Mr. Young was a fly?
No, it's just an expression to suggest that if you want to have a productive conversation with somebody, you're more likely to have a productive conversation with somebody if you are nice, for lack of a better word, and not being ugly to somebody.
Yeah, I kind of agree with, that's the approach. If you are trying to extract information you can use in this setting. Now, in normal life, being a nice person is better than being a jackass. But in this professional setting, CNN caught him. They had, in my opinion, they had what they wanted to say. Well, now they only needed a fluff to wheel it in with. And that was her role. Get more information. Be the honey trap.
Do you mislead him?
No, I would argue that's not misleading somebody at all.
Isn't it kind of just gotcha journalism? That's another name for gotcha journalism, right?
I don't think that's gotcha journalism, again, because in the course of this exchange, I was incredibly direct about what I wanted to know.
You told him he was 100% going to be on CNN?
By the end of this conversation, I am asking him, I want to understand if this is a for-profit model. Can you please account for the math? These prices seem exorbitant for Afghans.
You didn't tell him he was going to be on CNN.
At that point, I, Katie Bo-Lillis, did not know if he was going to be on CNN. We were still in the process of reporting the story.
You only 100% knew he was going to be on CNN.
As I have said before, I wouldn't regard that as a literal statement of, okay, tomorrow we're going to put you on CNN.
And a comment, when you read the undirect testimony, his comments about libel, right? You said that this was sort of an example of him bullying you. You're conspiring with Mr. Marquardt, who declares it's his funeral, and you think Mr. Young is the one bullying you?
I wouldn't use the word conspiring.
You're communicating with Mr. Marquardt about Mr. Young's funeral, and he's the one bullying you?
A conversation in between two colleagues discussing where we are on some reporting was never intended to become public. I regard that very, very differently than.
It was never intended to be public. Yeah. Now, I can't say in my 30-plus year career I've always been a nice guy, but I more or less from the get-go know that whatever I say in any setting might come back to haunt me. Even here, as I'm reporting on this, I acknowledge that my snark might be construed as absolutely horrific to some people. And it might come back to bite me. Say I get to 250,000 subscribers. Hint, hint. Of course, what I have done up until now, some people will try to use against me. That is something you always have to acknowledge, that whatever you say to anyone might come back to haunt you. But this woman seems to have been under the impression that it's safe. Nothing I say here will ever come to the public's attention. That is incredibly narcissistic, in my opinion. And here you are, Miss Lewis. How you like it?
A direct exchange of somebody threatening me with libel.
You had a problem with your communications going public, but not the ones where Zach didn't think was going to go public?
I don't have a problem with them going public. I'm sitting here standing by them.
You understood the video segment to be describing a black market as an unregulated market, which some people were trying to get folks out of Afghanistan?
Yes.
You understand that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to Afghans to get them out of an unregulated market? To get out of it, let me re-ask that. You understood that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to Afghans to get them out of Afghanistan, right?
Like I said, I'm pretty sure the video segment quotes Mr. Young directly as saying we align corporate sponsors.
I'm asking, you understand that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to get Afghans out of Afghanistan?
No, I'm telling you that I don't understand that that's what the video segment says.
Hold up. Can we go to page, do you have Ms. Lillis's deposition? Can we go to line 47, page 47, lines 8 through 13?
I'm sorry, page number one more time? What one?
Page 47, 8 through 13?
47, 8 through 13.
47? 47, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at 47 on the tiny pages.
Yeah. And you swore to tell the truth? Oh, I'll let you get this.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Page 47.
I'm on page 47, and it's
lines 8,
Wait, oh, I know I'm doing this wrong. Which tab am I?
Tab 5.
I'm in 5, that's
You're
why.
only in 5, right?
Yes, sorry, okay, page 47.
So let me ask one more time.
Mhm.
You understand that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to Afghans to get them out of Afghanistan?
Sorry, okay. All right, ask me the question one more time.
You understand that the video segment reports that Zach was charging money to Afghans to get them out of Afghanistan?
My understanding now, having watched the segment like a lot of times, is that the segment and the story very clearly indicates that there were corporate sponsors involved in this. I do understand that my answer in the deposition to this is Zachary Young is operating.
Don't.
Sorry.
You gave a different answer at your deposition?
Yes, I understand that there appears to be a little difference in my answer in the deposition.
Ta-da.
You understood the word black market to mean an unregulated market?
Mhm.
You believe that the use of the term black market was not an error, though, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Surprised you that CNN issued a retraction?
Mhm.
Yes, no?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Surprised you that CNN issued a retraction?
Yes, it did.
And Ms. Lewis, you didn't think about whether the story might blow up Mr. Young's life, did you?
I mean, not particularly, no.
No, you didn't. You didn't think about what the effect of your reporting would have on Mr. Young?
When I put together a story, there are a lot of different people that who I'm responsible to.
That's not the question. I'm asking you whether or not, when you put together your reporting, did you care about the consequences of Mr. Young?
I always am cognizant of the consequences.
Yes or no?
Yes, but it was a lower consideration than to other constituents that I had responsibilities towards, like Afghans.
You remember giving a deposition in this case?
Mhm.
You swore to tell the truth at that deposition?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we go to page 117, lines 11 through 14?
She claimed here that her responsibility towards the Afghans was greater than her responsibility to not ruin Zachary's life. Yeah, here's the thing, Ms. Lewis. You ruined both. Both Mr. Zachary's life and career, and you ruined the life of the people he could have saved. You didn't give a fuck about the Afghans. Not one bit, in my opinion.
And I'd like to read your testimony into the record.
Your Honor, in fairness, I think probably it starts at line 4 on page 117.
And if you're just arrived here, please hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't, and if you would be so inclined, you could buy me a coffee. The link is on the top of the YouTube.
Question and answer chart at 11 through 14 is direct. But well, I mean, you can use it.
At your deposition, you were asked, did you think about whether the story might blow up Zach's life? Not particularly, no. That was your answer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, you'd run the story again, wouldn't you?
It wasn't my decision to run this story, but I do stand by it, yes.
You're not sorry to Zach about the nature of your conversations with him, right?
I'm not.
You're not sorry that you misled Zach.
I don't believe I misled him.
You're not sorry about your involvement in the story.
I am not.
No further questions. How long you got on?
I have one question, Your Honor. I think it might be a follow-up based on how it goes, but.
Our attorney said, I just got one question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, redirect.
Mr. President, you could just put up PX 120. And it's something we looked at before. So I'm trying to be brief because I know we have a break coming. If you go to page 7, Mr. DeMezza. So, Ms. Lewis, I think Mr. Roach was asking you some questions, about did you kind of ask Mr. Young, like the hard questions? Did you tell him like what you were looking for? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
So if you look at this page, you said, I'm looking at some text exchanges with a potential evac case. Who you asked if he has a sponsor to cover the $15K cost, and when he didn't, it looks like you ended the engagement. That's not exactly lining up sponsors. Can you point me to some cases where you successfully connected a sponsor in an evac case? What were you asking for?
I was looking for examples where he had been successful in getting somebody out of the country with sponsorship money that he had arranged.
Why did you want to know that?
Because it would make his conduct not newsworthy. Like it would make.
Where exactly does it say that? That you were actually looking for people who... It doesn't... Nothing here. Nothing here says you were interested in people he saved. Not one bit.
It would tip me toward the side of like, this is not a story that's worth reporting.
Why is that?
Because it would suggest that he was, representing his services accurately, and we could, people could make up their own minds on whether or not they wanted to pay that much money, I suppose.
Mr. Young responded, and he said that he wouldn't provide that information, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
But it's still on the jury. If you got questions.
Oh,
Mr.
jury
Willis, go ahead and
questions.
Write them down. Tara.
Oh, please let this be juicy. Please let this be juicy.
Page, hold it over.
Skip. This was an... Okay. What I'm going to do now is my swoop, because I think this will be juicy and it helps me to find it so I can cut it out to a segment. So you can rewatch it, or for the people who don't like watching streams, just the highlights. So, swoop. That, folks, is my swoop. It's the Norwegian fire-farting dragon. You can sneak up on that one from behind. All right. Let's see what the jury questions are. Let's see, where am I? 4:28 and some seconds.
Ready? All right. There are several jury questions here, and just for the record, there was no objections to any of the questions from counsel or the court. I'll go ahead and ask you all the questions submitted by the jurors. Do you feel that Americans are obligated to speak to you/CNN?
No one is obligated to speak to us. It is their free decision if they choose to or don't choose to.
All right. To what length must someone go to in order not to speak to you? Must they speak to you to not speak with you?
That's a really good question. There's a lot of people that I have a responsibility to. Sorry, this is going to be a little bit of a long answer, but I'll try to keep it. There's a lot of people that I have responsibility to when I'm writing a story. I have a responsibility to the people who are appearing in the story, in this case, Afghans and Mr. Young. I also have a responsibility to the American public, the American taxpayer, particularly when I'm writing about government activities, so that they understand how their money is being spent. When, as in this case, we had evidence that there was somebody who might be profiting off of the misery of others, off of this just cataclysmically tragic situation in Afghanistan, I felt that the higher priority that I had was to continue to push for answers from Mr. Young, rather than to sort of back away from the hunt for answers here. Because in this instance, I was thinking about Afghans trying to get out of the country, and I was thinking about the many service members and former agency officers, CIA officers who I knew, for whom this was incredibly personal and incredibly painful, this notion that there were people that were going to be left behind. And so that was of a higher consideration at that moment than to stop pursuing trying to talk to Mr. Young. It's never, I guess the answer to that is sort of, there's always a lot of different considerations that go into the question of like, when do you say, okay, I'm going to stop engaging with somebody?
Perfect lead into the next question. At what point do you accept someone not wishing to speak or comment?
It very, very much depends on the context. It depends on, sort of what judgment I or my news organization can make about sort of what the greater priority is. And in this instance, I felt that the higher priority was determining whether or not there was truth to the allegations contained in some of these text messages that my colleague Alex had received that suggested that Mr. Young might be profiting off of this situation.
Do they lose this right as they express discomfort or evade questions?
The right not to speak to me?
Yeah, it was a follow-up to the last question. So yeah, to not speak or comment.
Oh, yeah, no, you always have the right to not speak or comment. You are, he could have, Mr. Young could have simply never, well, first of all, he reached out to me, but he could have never reached out. He could have stopped answering any of my questions. He could have completely disengaged. He did none of those things. He continued to talk to me.
A chance to make your case to keep your name out of it sounds akin to guilty until proven innocent. Can you clarify how your approach is really the opposite, innocent until proven guilty?
Well, first of all, we're not a court of law. Like the standard for, whether somebody's conduct is newsworthy, whether it winds up in a news article is not whether it's illegal or not. It's, in this instance, it is, whether it should be exposed that, that someone could be profiting off of, the misery of Afghans. I know I keep saying that, but that was what made it worthy to me to continue asking questions. Like we had enough information about, we had enough, corroboration in the form of these text messages, essentially to suggest that there was a reason to be asking these questions, and so we were continuing to ask them. But had a case been made that there's more here, then we would have, backed away. Does that answer the question?
It wasn't answered.
I know.
This is a follow-up. Can you understand, given this fresh perspective, that your approach could scare someone? This is a follow-up to the questions about how you phrased the.
Oh, I see. It's connected to
The last question.
I could understand as a hypothetical matter, how someone might be frightened by being approached by a reporter, but I would argue in this instance, Mr. Young was publicly advertising his services. He was on LinkedIn, a public forum, advertising that this is what he did and this is what he could offer. He also reached out to me, and so in that context, I'm not really sure how that could be, deemed scary.
All right. If you feel that vulnerable people are being taken advantage of, then is someone obligated to talk to you?
No one is ever obligated to talk to me. That is always their choice. But it is also my responsibility to try to get people to talk to me. That is my responsibility, is to seek information.
Do people have a right to not be named in a news story?
I'm tripping up on the word right, which is sort of why I'm.
Yeah, and I guess I said the court didn't have the objections. I'm not asking for a legal conclusion as to a right, but in your opinion.
If I believe it is the responsibility of news organizations and reporters like myself to think carefully about whether the conduct that we are going to expose and the person that we are going to name, whether that is newsworthy, whether it is in the public interest to know that this conduct is happening and that this named person is the one carrying it out. And in this instance, I feel very strongly that bar was met.
This is so insanely disingenuous. They knew more or less from the get-go that he only worked with sponsors. In 2 instances out of I don't know how many instances, he did not include the word sponsor, but in everything else he did. And they, again, from what we heard in yesterday's stream, somebody on the ground provided CNN with names of people who actually did what they were about to report on, and they didn't care. They never cared about these other people. They were zoning in on Zachary from day one, and they didn't care. They wanted to report on black market, human trafficking, more or less extorting Afghans to get out of there. And they wanted to connect Zachary to it. But they couldn't, because that's not his MO. It never were. So they had to invent it and play around and cherry pick just to make him fit in. They didn't care about Zachary. And they definitely didn't care about the Afghans. They cared about publicizing a story that got clicks so they could get some ad revenue, in my opinion.
All right, if Mr. Young cannot help an Afghan, what do you feel is an appropriate way to disengage?
I mean, a simple "I can't help," probably would have been enough. Simply blocking somebody without responding further. That seemed a little harsh to me, particularly when you couple that with his private comments about, well, let's let them run for the border and see how far they get.
Any follow-up, Mr. Axelrod?
You're on.
Any follow? Any?
Yes, just a couple questions. I think you just commented on the run for the border comment. David Lerner was an American, right?
I don't know who he was.
He lied to Zach about having a sponsor.
I don't know who he was, and I don't know anything about that exchange.
Can we put up PX-117 real quick? Can we go to page 17, please? And we can zoom in on the top. It says, is there a sponsor able to pay? David says yes. Zach then provides his pricing. David says, I'm not corporate. So you understand, David didn't have a sponsor, right?
Look, not knowing anything about this exchange, I could also interpret him to be saying, yes, I am the sponsor. I don't know.
It's reasonable to think that Zach just thought David was trying to waste his time, right?
I'm not a party to this exchange, but that's certainly not how I read it. It seems to me that Mr. Lerner here is asking some pretty reasonable questions that I too would have had.
When Zach tells him, have them run for the border, he's not saying to have human beings do it, is he?
I mean, that's my interpretation of this.
All right, well, just a couple more questions. You talked about the profiting off the misery of Afghans. Is that wrong in your view?
I think profiting off of the misery of other human beings, it's not something I would strive to do.
You were paid to report on the evacuation of Afghans, right?
Mm-hmm.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I think everybody probably wants a break.
Okay. I will take our afternoon break. Just take your notepads, put them into your folders.
Again, excellent jury questions. Excellent jury questions. And if you want to see that again and don't want to search through all of my all of this now almost 5-hour long stream, you can find it in a cut out segment. All right, they are going on a break now. Let's see if they are going to.
Yeah. What do you have next? I think we can get them done in an hour.
It's probably a little bit longer.
Ambitious.
Yeah. I think that plaintiffs put in probably what I think a lot of the cross would be in the deposition clips they put in. So I can't speak for them how much they want to do, but I think I probably have 45 minutes.
Okay. All right. How much do you think you got on cross? After, I mean, we played the video before for.
Probably not long.
Well, I guess why don't we see where you get on direct? I think Mr. Levine will be here tomorrow anyway, right? Because I mean, the other thing we do need to talk about on the jury instructions and stuff, just so that y'all can, I guess, prep for closing tomorrow. After Mr. Levine, who else do y'all have? Oh yeah, sorry, Ms. Lillis, you can step down.
After Mr. Levine's done, we will rest.
Okay. And then might have Mr. whatever his name was. I can't remember his name from Helios. I knew it began with a C, and I was thinking Corbin, and I knew that wasn't it.
You gotta get touching.
All right. I mean, I'd rather us at least be able to talk a little bit more and get closer to having the instructions and verdict done. So that'll help you all tonight. Get ready for closings.
Yes, sir.
So I guess let's see how long we got, where you're at with Mr. Levine, what you think, if we can still try to get him out of here at 5 and we can stay and talk. That work?
Sounds good.
All right. I'll see y'all back in 10.
All right, let's see what the rest of this day is all about.
CNN calls Adam Levine.
Mr. Levine, if you.
Ooh, Adam Levine. This is the head honcho. Senior Vice President of News and Executive Editorial Directing for CNN's Washington Bureau. I mean, folks, it is 11:15 p.m. here. So I have to take this tomorrow because I need some sleep before I go to work tomorrow morning. So folks, yeah, I wish I could continue, but I simply do not have the time for it. It is 11:15 p.m. here. Yeah, so skip to cross. Oh God, I'm going to be so tired tomorrow. Yeah, skipping to cross. Because it seemed. Oh, hold on. They never got to cross. I think. Let's see here. No, they never got to cross. Oh, they never got to cross on day 7, which means tomorrow morning. I would try to start early tomorrow at maybe 8:30 or 9 a.m. to get, because tomorrow, as in today, they had closing arguments. And then they sent the jury off. I haven't seen anything about the jury had come back yet. So let's see here. Let's see here. Doesn't look like the Mr. Jingles. Hold on here. Yeah, this means tomorrow morning, 8:30, 9 a.m. I'm going to start, and with the cross-examination of Adam Levine, and then we are moving right into closing arguments, because if the jury finds CNN guilty of libel, of defamation, then they move directly into damages. So, folks, thank you for showing up. Thank you for allowing me to do this. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't yet. And yeah, this will be amazing to continue to cover, because sometimes I can be neutral when I report on a trial. As you can see, I'm nowhere near neutral in this. Nowhere near. So everybody, from me and Mr. Jingles. Mr. Jingles, you want to say hi? You want to say hi? No. But again, thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. And before I forget it, hug your family. Unless your family is crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Against the void, grasp the twisted threads of truth, laughing in the face of chaos, burning knowledge like a ruthless youth. Complex thoughts dance in the fire, cynics grin with a wisecrack's ire, fighting shadows with sharpened wits, baring teeth in a world unfair. Rather one with biting tongue, heart and brain a lethal arm, stand unshaken, minds collide, laughing with the storm inside. Rather one with biting charm, heart and brain a lethal arm, stand unshaken, minds collide, laughing with the storm inside. Faces enemies with a yes, every laugh a cunning test, carving paths through blackened skies, inside clear and bloodshot eyes. In the maze of thoughts ensnare, every joke a blade prepared, cuts through lies with humor's flair, unseen wisdom few can bear.